let me tell you what exactly are we doing here. So in this particular session, we are going to cover a lot of basics. We are going to talk about data integrity and some of the sessions which require presentations. What happens usually is you want to go in depth in a particular session, but it doesn't happen because the presentation takes over and the practical learning takes a halt. So to fix that problem, what we're going to do is we're going to cover the presentation based sessions here. Okay. So after covering the presentation based session here, we are going to discuss the case studies related to those presentation based session during in-person conference that we are super excited to host you on. It's on 24th and 25th in Hotel Western Garden City. So just to remind you, there are two Western in Mumbai. Do not go to the other Western. This is Mumbai Garden City, which is in Goregaon. Okay. Now let me just show you a feature that how you can interact with me without putting something on the chat box as well. Do you see that emoticon, smiley, that normally people call it smiley? It's an emoticon. Do you see that? In case if you click on it, you will be able to see several ways to share your impression. You understood? Yes, thumbs up. I can see some heart, celebration. Wow. You want to share a laugh. So this keeps it interactive even during the session. You can talk to the speaker in case if you like a particular remark, you can give a thumbs up. In fact, the same thing happens even in a Q&A round as well. You've posed a question and the speaker is answering the question. You want to further communicate, you can always chat, you can always switch on your video. If your question is answered, just give a thumbs up. Can we show the thumbs up again, guys? Just to see that you know. Yes, I can see very few thumbs up. I hope everyone is listening to me. Okay, great. So I can see several thumbs up now. All right. So can you also understand one another thing that do not put your questions in the chat box. Please put your questions in the Q&A tab. Now, this chat box where everyone is typing. You're writing good morning, right? Apurva, right? And Shravan, I wrote, and all of you also chatting and saying good morning. Below that, below the chat tab, do you see that Q&A tab? It has those chat boxes. You can give thumbs up if you can see it. Guys, come on. Early morning. More response. Great. Okay. So in the Q&A tab, what you have to do is put your questions there, because if you do not put it there, my team will be trying to move your questions from chat box to Q&A, but we do not want to accidentally miss your question. So I request you to please put it in the Q&A tab only. In today's session, we are going to cover several aspects, theoretical as well, on data integrity and several other aspects. But we have a case study during in-person session on deviations as well as on quality risk management. Today, both the sessions are going to be covered in a presentation based, so you are able to set your basics right. It's a very good webinar, or you can say virtual training, for those who have recently joined the companies and those who want to clear their basics. So we are covering the basics. So you might be able to see that a lot of things are basics. It's because we want to make sure before we delve deeper during in person, you are able to get your basics in place. Yes. Okay. So you are right. Typing here Q&A. Yes. Somebody put here. Yes. Very good. Yes, Ajay, you are right. This is where you have to put the Q&As. Good job. All right. So we will introduce the first session of the day, and I will call Dheeraj back on the stage for introducing our first speaker of the day. Thank you, Dheeraj.
Thanks a lot, Guneet, for that great, insightful introduction. And also, I add my tea now. So, my name is Dheeraj Salian, and I'm thrilled to be your host today as we gear up for a power-packed day of knowledge, insights, and interactive learning focused on the fundamentals of GMP and quality excellence in the pharmaceutical industry. Now, let's dive into the heart of today's learning journey. Our first session is on understanding revised Schedule M, implications and actions. This session will be delivered by Mr. Sanjay Kale, former FDA Joint Commissioner with extensive experience in regulatory affairs Mr. Kale will walk us through the updated guidelines of GMP around revised Schedule M with a focus on manufacturing standards, quality systems, validation, and training. Mr. Sanjay Kale brings over 3 decades of hands-on experience in drug regulation, having served in key roles at the Food and Drug Administration Maharashtra, including a joint commissioner drug and vigilance. Throughout his career, he's been at the forefront of auditing, licensing, enforcement, and policy making. Notably, he played a crucial role during the COVID-19 pandemic, ensuring the continuous supply of essential medicines and oxygen. He has also helped reform sanitizer regulations and streamline drug distribution. With a master's in pharma and law degree focused on drug and IP laws, Sanjay now advises pharma startups and regularly shares his insights on compliance and regulation. Let's welcome Mr. Sanjay Kale to the virtual stage. Hi, Sanjay ji.
Hi, Dheeraj. Thank you for warm introduction. I'm just sharing my presentation. Please give it.
Brilliant. Over to you, Sanjay ji.
Yes, thank you. Can anybody see my presentation? I've just shared on the screen.
So far we cannot. You're sharing a PPT or a PDF, sir?
PPT.
Okay. So far I cannot see it. Can you just select the entire screen while
Yeah,
clicking on the present
yeah,
audience button?
yeah. 1 minute. Can you just see it? Check it.
No. So are you sharing your entire screen and then going on to the
No,
presentation?
no.
Or you're
I'm just sharing
directly...
the presentation.
So that is the reason. You will have to select the entire screen and then
Okay.
present it.
Okay. 1 minute.
Then you'll have to be on the PPT slide.
Yes. Wait, just a moment.
Yes, now we can see your screen. You can move to the
Yes.
presentation. Have
Yes.
you opened the presentation already?
I'm just opening.
Yeah, please go to the presentation. Perfect. You can just put it on the PPT mode.
Yes. Good morning, everyone, and thank you, Dheeraj,
So
for
can you
inviting me.
just put it in the presentation mode? We can still see your slide being not put on the presentation. Put it on the slideshow mode, sir, please.
Okay.
Just go to the PPT. Yeah, perfect. You can see the PPT now.
Is it okay now?
Yes,
Yeah.
perfectly fine. You can, yeah.
Yeah. Yes. But I am not able to connect with the audience. That is. Hello.
Yes, sir, we can hear you.
Okay.
We can hear you. We can see your PPT. You can begin your session.
Yes, yes, yes.
Perfect.
Ah, sorry for little interruptions. We are trying to cover the revised Schedule M, and my objective of this today's presentation is we will try to study the evolution of Schedule M, then salient features of Schedule M 2001, then key features of the revised Schedule M, which is 2023, and then what are the challenges faced by the industry in compliance of revised Schedule M, and the roadmap which I suggest for the compliance of revised Schedule M. The first notification concerning Schedule M was published in the year 1961, but it was mostly concerned with the requirement of factory premises, the minimum area requirements, and requirements of plant and machinery for certain categories of dosage forms. So that time the concept of good manufacturing practices was not introduced in the Schedule M. It was restricted only to the requirement of factory premises and minimum area requirement. That is, say, for tablet granulation, 30 square meter, for tablet compression, 30 square meters. These were the some area requirement, and some machineries were suggested, notified in the year 12th July 1961, as far as Schedule M is concerned. Then major amendment to the Schedule M was published in the year 24th June 1988. And there, in that schedule, the concept of good manufacturing practices was introduced for the first time. It also had the concept of prevention of contamination and cross-contamination and mix-ups. Then the requirement of building and machineries, uniflow of men and materials, then dedicated premises for production of beta-lactams, sex hormones, anti-neoplastic drugs, and it laid emphasis on separate independent quality control department and the manufacturing activity to be carried out under direct personal supervision of the approved staff. So this was the first time that the concept of good manufacturing practices was introduced in the Schedule M, and it mostly harped upon the quality of the product on the basis of the prevention of contamination and cross-contamination and measures to be taken for avoid of mix-ups, and then uniflow of men and material. Then the premises, separate premises for manufacturing of beta-lactam, sex hormones, and anti-neoplastic drugs. These good manufacturing practices concept continued further, and in the year 2001, the Schedule M was amended again. The concept of quality assurance, the concept of process validation, the qualification of HVAC and purified water system, ancillary areas, stability studies, documentation was introduced. GMP, concept of good manufacturing practices, extended further to certain additional dosage forms such as metered dose inhalers, then BFS, FFS technologies, and APIs. Till this date, the concept of quality assurance was not introduced in Schedule M. Further, after a gap of 20 years, the Schedule M is revised and the draft notification was published in the year 2018, and the final, it was published in the year December 2023. We will see what are the features of revised Schedule M 2023. Before coming to actual revised Schedule M 2023, let us understand some salient features of Schedule M 2001. The footnote in the 2001 is important, that the requirement for ancillary areas in this part shall not apply to units registered before 1st January 2002. The requirement of ancillary areas was introduced for the first time in Schedule M 2001, and every licensee was required to provide an additional area of around 10 square meter in each category of dosage form which were listed that time in part 2, sorry. So this was a major concern for the industry to provide an additional area which was not possible for units located in metropolitan cities. To expand the area or to provide additional area in a city like Mumbai is not possible. So this, considering the industry's concerns, this requirement was waived, that the units which were registered before 1st January 2002, that is before the applicability of Schedule M, this requirement of ancillary area was waived. Second footnote, and very important, that CLA or SLA had powers to alter or relax certain conditions for certain categories of drugs, such as chemical and pharmaceutical aid, gauzes and bandages, medicinal gases, empty gelatin capsule, non-mechanical contraceptives, diagnostic kits and reagents, medical devices, new dosage forms and their delivery systems, disinfectant fluids for which specific guidelines are not prescribed. So in Schedule M in 2001, where there are no specific guidelines were there, the licensing authority had the powers to alter or relax them in certain conditions. But then the licensing authority had to have reasons to be recorded in writing and grant such exemption or relaxations on case-to-case basis. So this was a major waiver for the implementation of Schedule M 2001. As far as most of these dosage forms which are in the footnote, like gauzes, bandages, then medical devices, they are now covered under medical devices, and now medical devices rules 2017 are in place. Therefore, these exemptions do not matter for these categories of drugs. But there are certain categories like excipients, empty gelatin capsules, for which the guidelines are not in place, then the relaxations are not there in the revised 2023 guidelines, that we will discuss that. Now coming to revised Schedule M 2023, the first major important point is each licensee shall evolve appropriate methodology, systems, and procedures which are documented and available for reference and inspections. So first and foremost, the Schedule M starts with this, that it is the licensee who has to have the appropriate methodology, systems, and procedures which are specific to the particular site. Here, the beauty of the drafting of revised Schedule M, you can see, it is not each manufacturer. So it is with respect to license. So a manufacturer can have one or more plants situated at various locations, but the appropriate methodology and systems and procedures will be separate for each license premises. Of course, some procedures and methods and systems can be common, but some procedures, methods can be specific to the licensed premises. And not only the methods, systems, and procedures are maintained, but they should be made available to the FDA inspectors who are auditing the site as and when required. Many times it is observed that the licensee has method systems in place, but the answer to the FDA queries that the documents are kept in our head office. So at this time of inspection, we are unable to produce them for inspection. So that is not the case. The licensee has to have these systems, procedures, and documented evidence to be kept for reference and inspection and make available to the inspectors. Second thing, and very important aspect concerning the industry, is manufacturing premises shall be exclusively used for production of drugs and no other manufacturing activity shall be undertaken therein. So this is very important clause because many industries, small, medium scale industries, have products, animal feed supplements, then cosmetics, which are licensed in the same premises and manufacturing for last so many years together. Now this amendment in the schedule, revised Schedule M, will affect these manufacturers as they need to stop the activity of other drugs because this facility premises has to be exclusively used for production of drugs and no other manufacturing activity shall be undertaken therein. Now coming to the Schedule M 2023, revised Schedule M. If you just review the Schedule M, it is divided in two parts. Part one is concerns with the good manufacturing practices applicable to all categories of pharmaceutical dosage form in general. And this part one is subdivided into two parts again. That is part 1 to part 12. That is part 1A to part 12A. This is relating to the practices specific to pharmaceutical dosage forms like tablet, capsule, injectables. And part 2 is the requirement of plant and equipments and minimum area requirements. Now you can see the change in the attitude or the beauty of the notification of Schedule M. The Schedule M in the first notification in 1961, it started with the requirements of plant and equipments. and minimum area requirements. Now, the good manufacturing practices has superseded the requirement of plant and equipments and minimum area requirement. Secondly, the pharmaceutical dosage form for new categories for which requirements are specified. The products containing hazardous substances, cytotoxic substances, anabolic steroids, and sex hormones. Now, if we refer to 2001 Schedule M, it specified that the separate facilities are required for manufacture of cytotoxic substances, anabolic steroids, and sex hormones. Now, in the revised Schedule M, there are guidelines for manufacture of cytotoxic substances, anabolic steroids, and sex hormones. So it is one step further. Earlier, it was a dedicated facility. With the revised Schedule M, the guidelines are in place for manufacturing. Then, investigational pharmaceutical products for clinical trials. Earlier, up to 2001, there were no guidelines for the manufacture of investigational pharmaceutical products for clinical trials. The revised Schedule M fills this gap, and there are guidelines in place for manufacture of investigational pharmaceutical products for clinical trials. There were varying opinions in this earlier that whether these products need to be manufactured in GMP areas or they can be manufactured along with the regular products, pharmaceutical products. So with these guidelines, there is a clarity on the issue. Similarly, Schedule M focuses on the biological products. Separate guidelines have been published. The radiopharmaceutical products and one other important categories of drugs, that is phytopharmaceuticals. The phytopharmaceuticals exports from India are increasing, and the guidelines relating to the quantitative test as well as qualitative test and the quality of the phytopharmaceuticals to be adhered to. These issues are addressed in the 2023 edition of Schedule M. The revised Schedule M addresses certain systems which are now implemented by the international regulatory authorities like US FDA, EU, WHO to ensure the uniformity in the quality of products, like pharmaceutical quality systems and quality risk management. For this, I understand there are two sessions in this seminar detailing about the pharmaceutical quality system elaborated in detail. But I'll just touch upon two issues. Pharmaceutical quality system will ensure the participation of top management in the quality of the product. When we interacted with the management brass during our inspections, audit, or informal interactions, so we have appointed senior staff position managers, staff members who are taking care of the manufacturing activities in the plant. So we don't feel any necessity to look after the quality of the product. And in the court proceedings, the management was not involved, and they used to take shelter that the person in charge of the factory is responsible for the quality of the product. But now revised Schedule M addresses this gap and the participation of top management. The quality system also addresses or takes into account the principles of good manufacturing practices, good laboratory practices, and good clinical practices. Now, how the quality system is developed or built, the why concept, it is through various documents and the systems and procedures. And the important document is the quality manual. Quality manual describes the role and responsibilities of the top management and the managerial persons who are involved in the implementation of the quality systems. Second important concept which is introduced in revised Schedule M is the quality risk management. The risk is defined as happening of an untoward incident or probability of happening of an untoward incident. So it may be to a product, it may be to a process, or it may be due to facility. Simple example is the risk to product. I am seeing some delegates from bulk drug industry. Now, if methanol is used as a solvent in the production of API, because methanol is a known poison listed under Poisons Act, it is a natural risk to the product and to the personnel who are consuming it. So how the risk is classified? The risk is classified whether it is a severe risk, moderate risk, and low risk. So how to avoid that risk? In case of API manufacturing, if the solvent methanol can be substituted by some other solvent so that the risk is lessened or mitigated, or if it is not possible to avoid use of solvent like methanol, then whether the final step in the processing can be made to such an extent that it is with some aqueous solvent so that traces of methanol can be removed. Further risk mitigation can be through periodic testing of intermediates at every stage so that methanol traces are removed at every possible stage of the manufacturing. So these are some of the risk management principles. The measures for risk prevention and mitigation. The risk to the product, sometimes the statute itself takes care of the risk. In case of sex hormonal products, the law has taken a stand that these can be manufactured only in a dedicated facility. So automatically the risk to the personnel is covered by the law itself. One of the other principles of risk management is annual product quality review. So one has to prepare the data of the product and check whether the product has met its standards during processing. Are there any noticeable deviations observed? Are there any out of limits observed? The water quality, the environmental monitoring, and the specification, the in-process testing were accurate. These are some of the points which are covered under annual product quality review. Annual product quality also review helps whether the product is consistently meeting the specification. For example, if somebody is manufacturing paracetamol tablet and manufactured 25 batches of paracetamol in 1 year, all the paracetamol batches, 25 batches, were meeting the specification within 90% to 110%. But in many batches, you will find that assay values were varying from 90% to 99%. Though they were within the limits of 90 to 99%, but the variability of the assay was more. So this needed investigation of the process of mixing of paracetamol. So this helps annual product quality review in the maintenance and consistent quality requirements. Another important addition to the revised Schedule M is the computer system validation. Now, industry is switching over from manual systems to computerized systems in the form of spreadsheets, documents. Some are using LIMS, and validation protocols are also on the software. Some software for HVAC systems, water systems. So these systems which are related to the GMPs, they need to be validated. And the validation is important in the sense that if the systems are not validated, it is likely to affect product quality. How the computer systems are validated, that is a separate chapter by itself. But 2 to 3 things which I want to make it clear, that this involves only the authorized persons are allowed to make changes in the system at back end. The front end users are not allowed to make changes in the back end system. The audit trail or the changes which are made in the back end of the system is to be maintained, and the software source code which is maintained is available only with the designated personnel of the company, and that trail has to be maintained. Another introduction or the improvement in the concept that stability studies should be conducted prior to marketing and post-marketing. In 2001, we have seen the concept of stability studies was introduced, but it was not elaborated. In 2023, you see that the manner of conducting stability studies is elaborated, and it is specific that prior to marketing means for the new drug approval, accelerated stability studies submission is a must. Without submission of accelerated stability studies, one will not get an additional product license or a product license. Now, based on the accelerated stability studies, these data to be continued after the manufacturing of product in the post-marketing stability studies. The qualification and validation concept was explained in 2001. It is elaborated further in 2023. The qualification of systems such as water system, HVAC systems, and validation of equipments, and validation of process, that is cleaning validation, then analytical method validation is all now part of revised Schedule M 2023. The product quality review we have discussed in the last session slide. Product complaints and adverse reaction is important and is improved concept. The designated person has to have the product complaints and adverse reactions. There is a register for putting the complaints and adverse reaction. How the complaints, then they are investigated, and if there is any adverse reaction or product complaints which need action, they need to be informed to the licensing authority. So this is another addition where earlier the licensing authority was not in picture. Now in case of product complaints and adverse reaction, the manufacturer or a licensee is required to inform to the licensing authority the adverse reactions and the action taken by the licensing authority, the licensee. You must have heard the Gambia incidents and the Russia incidents wherein some of the products manufactured by Indian companies were recalled due to some adverse reaction of the use of excipient in liquid oral preparation. It contained possibility of diethylene glycol, a nephrotoxic. In such cases, the product recall becomes important. And in Schedule M 2001, the effectiveness of product recalls shall be evaluated. The evaluation means through a system, documented system. Now it is made at par with the WHO guidelines that the effectiveness of recall has to be tested. It means that a manufacturer or a licensee has to conduct a mock recall and see the effectiveness, a system of effectiveness of product recall is actually in operation. The system of documentation is improved. Many documents have been specified. In my opinion, 3 documents which describes the entire quality policy and the roadmap to the compliance are the quality manual, then validation master plan, and third is the site master plan, which effectively describes the quality systems of a company and the persons responsible for the implementation of the quality system within the company. Now, how far this documentation system is effective can be judged through the other these things, the record of logbook of change controls, logbook of deviations, and the annual product review. These quality systems,
Okay, thanks a lot, Sanjay ji, for that insightful session. Actually, we are running out of time. I'm so sorry to
yeah,
cut
yes,
you off.
yes, yes.
Uh, and
5 minutes,
actually,
5 minutes.
that was unfortunately we are out of time, so I'm so sorry.
Okay.
I am
Oh,
so sorry, sir. And
oh,
but just let you know that was a brilliant session. You know, starting how you started from revolutionizing the Schedule M starting from 1960s until 2023. It was absolutely amazing. I'm sure the delegates have found a lot of
Dheeraj,
insights. Yeah.
uh, so Dheeraj, since we have 10 minutes of time for the Q&A, let's utilize that time. If we can just,
I
quickly
think,
take
Han,
the,
just let me cover some aspects.
yeah,
In
but
case if we don't
we'll
have any
utilize the
questions, yes,
10 minutes of
definitely.
time,
Yeah.
and then we'll be taking few questions also.
Okay. All right. All right. So maybe yes, we can do that because we still have 10 minutes for Q&A. So, Sanjay ji, if you want to like cover that, and then we can, start with the questions for the last couple of minutes.
Yes,
That is
yes,
okay.
yes, yes. Let me complete 2, 3 slides. Last two, three
Okay.
slides.
All right. All
This
right.
is,
Thanks a lot, Abhay.
yeah, this is one very important addition to revised Schedule M, that it helps to manufacturers to overcome the HVAC, then validation, packaging of pharmaceutical systems, for which it says that the guidelines published by the WHO can be considered for guidance purposes. So it solves many issues because Schedule M guidelines are revised at a less frequency than the WHO guidelines. So manufacturer can have the current guidelines from WHO for HVAC validation, water systems, so they can be updated and remain at par with the international guidelines. Then what are the challenges in compliance? This production of cosmetics and feed supplements needs to be stopped. Then modification in the facility is required now to accommodate ancillary areas. Then one has to provide accommodation for stability chambers because stability is a must. The HVAC systems, which was not there in 2001 or at a very early stage, this needs to be modified, or the existing new HVAC system is to be provided. The water purification system has to be provided with the distribution system and modified if old as per the present current WHO norms. The availability of technical adequately manpower is a must to cope up with the documentation. Common questions asked by the industry is that the process equipments are very old. So how do we go for the qualification? Naturally, the design qualification and the installation qualifications may not be there, but then performance qualification and operational qualification documents can be made subsequent. Another important point raised by many in the industry is whether the with this compliance to revised Schedule M is adequate for export market, for domestic and export market. If the facility has products catering to both domestic and export, whether these compliance is enough compliance. The answer is yes and answer is no. Because in somewhere, those who are exporting to EU for injectables, there's a guideline that there is a continuous particle monitoring whenever the filling operations are going on. And under Indian revised Schedule M guidelines, it is only the particle monitoring has to be there. So there is a still gap exists with the international guidelines and our Schedule M guidelines. So the facility has to be modified if exports are in mind, or if it is exclusively for domestic market, then the revised Schedule M compliance is good enough compliance. Then roadmap for compliance will be carry out the gap analysis with the help of internal team and expert, compare with the international guidelines, carry out training needs analysis and training of personnel, then approval from licensing authority in case of revision or modification in factory layout, then procurement of new equipments and systems, carry out modification in the factory premises, improve upon the documentation and systems, then additional technical manpower, provide training, the qualification of equipments, facility and systems. The timelines, the Schedule M is already effective for the manufacturers whose turnover is more than 250 crores. For the manufacturers whose turnover is less than 250 crores, the deadline is 31st December 2025. For them, the self-inspection checklist has to be prepared and Form A has to be prepared, and it is uploaded through a site called ONDLS, that is Online National Drug Licensing System, before 12th May 2025, so that the deadline, extended deadline of 31st December 2025 can be met. Thank you for patient listening. If you have any questions, we'll try to answer your questions in the chat box or directly through this mode.
Okay, thank you so much, Sanjay ji, for that insightful session. And it was really an amazing session because we started from 1960s until 2023, and we are able to see the evolution, how it happened. So we have a question
So, Dheeraj,
in
we
the
have a
chat box.
room for one question only. You can please take this question and then we can move on to the next session. Yeah.
Okay, brilliant. So the question is, how are the Indian regulations and guidelines harmonizing with the global standards, and what efforts are being made?
Yes, as I explained earlier, in case of these injectable preparations, the guidelines as far as the quality systems and the quality risk management, they are now at par with the international guidelines. But somewhere during the practices where the industry, Indian industry is at a stage of compliance, as I explained earlier, the particle counter monitoring, it is a continuous particle monitoring in case of European guidelines, whereas it's a particle monitoring at a lesser frequency, it's not a continuous monitoring. So there are certain differences. Second, in case of HVAC, now the HVAC, if it the air velocity or the number of air changes, the parts of HVAC systems, it is operated through the computerized system. There is a alarm that the air velocity is not up to the mark. In case of international guidelines, the logbook of those alarms is to be maintained. So it compares favorably, but it needs further one step further to meet the international guidelines.
Okay, brilliant. Thanks a lot for the session and covering the Q&A as well. Uh, so we will now go to our next session, that is on Data Integrity 2.0, strengthening and compliance with stronger game plan, led by Mr. Prabhir Pal, Senior VP, Quality and Compliance at Alcom. With his deep expertise, Prabir will cover best practices and actionable tools aligned for achieving robust data integrity across product life cycles. Mr. Prabhir Kumar Pal is a seasoned pharmaceutical professional with 26 years of experience in quality and regulatory affairs, a master's in pharmaceuticals from Jadavpur University. He has held key roles at Alcom, Vocart, and Ranbaxy, currently Senior VP and Head of Quality and Compliance at Alcom Labs. He leads global quality operations and regulatory compliance. Prabir has managed numerous international audits, led OAI remediations, and driven digital quality initiatives. His expertise spans CGMP, QMS, data integrity, regulatory submissions, and QBD. Known for his strategic approach, he has played a crucial role in shaping robust compliance systems across global markets. Let's welcome Mr. Prabir Pal. Hello, sir.
Dheeraj, good morning.
Yes, good morning.
Good morning. Can you see me now? Yeah,
Yes, I can see you and we can hear you properly.
Yes, we can see you.
fantastic. Thank you. Thank you so much
Over to
for,
you.
for the nice introduction. I could hear you, but I was not able to project my screen there. Anyway, now it is visible. Thank you. Thank you so much. Hello.
Yes, over to you, sir.
Okay, so I'm projecting my screen there. So let me see that. Is it visible?
Yes, it's visible.
Great, great. Thank you. Uh, Thank you so much. So I'll take up this uh, topic. I mean, this is a very, very well-known topic to everyone, and this is not new, and this is recurring. This is kind of continuously popping up in terms of everybody's mind in pharma industry specifically, and this topic is creating a lot of buzz, lot of noise, lot of issues around, specifically making companies trouble. And also, this is kind of consistent behavior and facts which we are dealing with in terms of its integrity, that's data integrity and its compliance. I'll quickly move on. This is just a disclaimer about the presentation. It's not related to my company. It is my own thought process, which I'm going to present today. Before I jump onto the actual topic of it, I would like to talk about certain facts, specifically drug, which we are dealing with in pharma industry. They're important. They're for public health care. They're actually for public safety. There are drug regulations which are being imposed by all the health authorities to ensure the safety, efficacy, and quality of the product. Compliance to FDA, CFR, Schedule M, and CGMP regulations for respective countries are mandatory to ensure. These are all facts. Indian pharma industry, as a matter of fact, caring for health and for Indian population as well as for global patients. And thereby, India is considered to be the pharmacy of the world. And that's what we are dealing with. Now, let's look at some of the recent issues which we have seen across the pharma industry. Around 36% of GMP inspection conducted by CDSU failed, and thereby CDSU asked the companies to close their sites. Revised Schedule M, which we just have discussed through uh, Mr. Kale, it was imposed somewhere in December 2023, and it is still under implementation, and it is being given some leverage to the lower band companies who are having the turnover below 250 crore. But it is there and it has to be implemented, and there are a lot of significant changes happen, which we just have heard about it and the requirements from Mr. Kali. On the other side of it, FDA. FDA citing warning letter mostly related to data integrity. The recent fact about 2024-2025, we have seen 24 warning letters issued to Indian companies. Recent citation includes torn pieces of GMP documentation in trash, falsified batch manufacturing record, duplicate equipment logs, falsified stability records, several issues related to data integrity, manipulation of stability assurance data, forging signatures, attendance record, etc., etc. They are all related to DI citations and tarnishing the Indian pharma and its image. I'm taking you to the first instance probably which became public in 2008. Warning letter issued to Ranbaxy, wherein huge data integrity citations actually created problem to the company as well as the entire industry. There were a lot of books written on it, research paper, a lot of things happened. But in 2024, 2025, what we are seeing, same picture or similar picture. Falsified record, batch record being prepared, cleaning records are prepared, logbooks are getting created in duplicate. Truck full of scrap, which appeared to have a lot of GMP document in it, which were trashed without understanding its significance or intentionally done it to destroy the GMP documents. We have seen similar like scrap containing pieces of documents like balance printouts and pH printouts. They are all GMP and sensitive data integrity related documentations. In 2025 February, we are seeing similar instance of data integrity breaches. The latest one issued to a CRO firm doing in vitro clinical studies. They falsified it, and it is becoming a bigger challenge for the pharma industry, specifically for doing the studies again for saving their ANDAs and applications. And a lot of applications are getting cancelled for their licenses. Let's look at some of the issues in soft floor which we are seeing, like batch record, wherein unofficial logbooks and documents are getting created, which are documented separately, not on the actual paper. Trash can with GMP documents cut to comply with the cut and then replaced with another data which is to comply with the specification. Printouts which are appeared in trash bins, and also trash bin containing shredded documents wherein we can see the GMP documents, specifically control documents, which are not documented appropriately before destruction. Some of the issues related to data integrity issues in laboratory, trial sample analysis, deletion and overwriting of raw data, testing into compliance, multiple testing to comply with the specification, altering integration parameter, administrative privilege related alterations, misrepresentations of data. There are some examples which you can see, integrating differently to match or meeting the specifications. There are issues related to microbiological plates which are observed in trash bins with counts in it, specifically for grade B zone or grade A zone, which are not expected to be there. If at all, if it is available, they should be recorded, but factually they are not getting reported, but getting trashed out. Let's look at some of the warning letters related to DI, specifically FDA warning letter and its statistics. The 2018 public data showed about 194 cases of data integrity related warning letters. That then if we correlate with the warning letters together, which is across world, it was 2702, and which is about 4% of the entire inspection being conducted by FDA. Now, if we look at the China scenario, it is about 12% on the whole, and India scenario is 4%, 7%. So next questions come. Despite the DI guidances, citations, and organizations across world are receiving WLN, the questions become why. Are firms taking risk of violating DI, doing deliberate or on the virtue of ignorance? Inspectors proactively searching for DI issues. Inspectors are now becoming trained and specialized to find out DI issues, or it is the personal integrity. Let's look at it. I take it to a different dimension, specifically to understand, is it a mindset or culture? I've seen people around pharma industry are doing activities related to what they have seen, and it is kind of arrogance which coming from the fact that I know it wrong, but I'll do it anyway. It's a quality issue. It is to be addressed by quality team. It is not our issue. It is not a particular department's issue. A lot of activities, there are no time. What I should do, let's do something which will be making it. I have given commitment to management for releasing the batch. I have to release it. I have no time in taking deviation OS. Let's move ahead. The system is open, which is allowing manipulation. I have all leverage to do that. Most important dangerous activity which we generally talk about, taking risk assessment. In industry, it is one of the factors being discussed. Let's do a risk assessment, and risk assessment always leads to a positive results, and thereby sometimes can be a cause of issues which can be data integrity. Therefore, question is arising: is culture of organization leading to the data integrity issue? It can be culture of the department, person, or the organization together. Let's look at data integrity issues. How many types and what are the issues which we can see if we analyze them deeply? There are about 80% cases which are ignorant, or which are kind of cases getting generated in data integrity space in terms of breaching it due to the ignorance of it or inadvertently getting generated, specifically for accidental or bad practices, poorly designated process and procedures, which can be design process or procedures can be leading to creating data integrity issues, or lack of understanding on it. The next set of things are related to intentional falsification, which are counting about 20% across the data integrity breaches cases. They are deliberate, deceived actions, and misleading in nature. In this case, person or the company or the department is doing knowingly an act of manipulations, thereby omitting or deleting some of the data, which is causing the data integrity issues. So if we take it to a fraud angle and understand it, what are the cause of it? It can be due to the pressure of it, by organizational pressure, the pressure from boss, or pressure from the department, or pressure from cross-functional, which is pushing the team or the person to cause data integrity breaches. Or it can be due to opportunity. Opportunity in the sense wherein I have opportunity to operate in an open system, which is allowing me to operate, or the person has an opportunity to create something which is eventually causing data integrity, either falsified or inadvertent issues. The next one related to rationalizations. I have done so many activities in my past experiences. I know it better, and I know this is not going to create problem. But by doing this, it probably will make me easier in terms of handling it, and that's what I am doing it. And I know this is not going to create any problem. But this rationalization eventually is causing problem under the data integrity scenarios. Now, intentional or unintentional lapses in DI is causing data reliability issues. Data is becoming unreliable. Now let's look at the root causes. I talked about the arrogance. Arrogance can be from a personal arrogance, it can be from departmental or from the institution itself. Poor attitude to the problem, that can be one of the causes of data integrity breaches. Institutional bad habits, it's obvious fact. If institutions are conducting such kind of things, it is going to happen, and that's what is being projected and being found. Hierarchical issues, which is a bigger problem in Indian scenario. There are communications from top to bottom. If it is coming through a long chain of hierarchy, it creates loss of information and kind of twisted information, which eventually cause problem. Panic, stress, fatigue, these are the major cause of issues related to soft load data integrity breaches. Lack of personal integrity and honesty. Overthinking, culture of fear and blame. Overthinking is one of the issues which is happening because of the fact that culturally QA becoming the need of it, compliance becoming the need of it, and thereby people always think that we have to make our SOP complicated, SOP big, SOP lengthy, so that it is being considered to be the best. But by making lengthy SOP is not going to make that process. That's what most of the time overthinking scenarios create a lot of problem. And simplification and simple thought process is always best possibilities for making data integral or reliability. Now, other part of it related to the technical issues or technical facts related to cause of data integrity can be a lack of investigational skills, ignorance due to poor education, systems that encourages bad practices, poor performance management. Contributing factors, if we see all these 12 factors which I have captured here, are mostly behavioral than technical. So therefore, the behavioral aspect is very important to understand in terms of data integrity breaches. Now let's talk about the consequences of data integrity issues. We have seen several consequences, specifically severe issues related to data integrity failures, specifically for product recalls, financial penalties, companies getting closed down, loss of businesses, etc., which is actually tarnishing the entire reputation of the company. Regulatory actions related to issues of citation like OAI, warning letters, injunctions, license cancellations, and most of the time any issues of above OAI or warning letter can cause application delay. Now let's look at the key principle of data integrity. We know data, when we talk about, has to have ALCOA principle in it. ALCOA means attributable, legible, contemporaneous, original, complete, consistent, and accurate. And in terms of plus, if we look at it, consistent, enduring, and available are additional part related to it, which are comprising of ALCOA principles. We all know it, and that's what I'm not going to talk in detail about all these ALCOA principles, but how these ALCOA principles are ingrained or engraved into our culture and our departments, that is going to make ourselves in terms of protecting data integrity. So this ALCOA principle, historically, if you look at initially, it was focused and concentrated on QC. Now it is spreaded to manufacturing. And we cannot have a stagnated situation there. We have to look at the entire scenario, including the entire business process for pharma, for manufacturing, for any of the GMP operations which we are talking about. It can be QC, it can be QA, production, engineering, it can be warehouse, or it can be to the vendors. So with all these facts which we are seeing, plus the root cause and associated activities related to data integrity, now question comes, is data integrity a challenge for pharma industry? In my understanding, it is yes. It is a challenge, specifically with the context of quality management maturity, which is needed to establish the data integrity of an organization or of a particular GMP setup. Pharmaceutical companies are under tremendous pressure to improve their KPI, considering the geopolitical scenarios, generic competitions. The recent one we have seen that tariff scenarios by US government. Another pertinent factor related to lack of support from senior management. If it is not there, maintaining data integrity is a very tough situation. Insufficient resources, manual transfer of data to the database using hybrid computerized system, transcription errors leading to inaccurate data records, and thereby can be a cause of data integrity. How we can prevent it? That's the big questions. To prevent DI, in my assessment, we need to have 3 dots connected. What are those 3 dots? One dot is related to the quality management system. Quality management system is the key for getting all the pharma operations, GMP operations, smoothly operated. Transition into a system which is going to give that satisfaction of quality assurance in terms of the patient safety and the quality. Another factor related to technical or infrastructural contributions. So this dot relates to the facility, the equipment, and the practices which we are following in the site. Third, but the important factors related to the dots, which is contributing this resolution or assuring data integrity, is related to the building culture of quality, which generally comes from the leadership. Now, quality management system, if we look at as a business process, starts from this product development, wherein a product gets developed from the R&D, specifically with its analytical method and the product itself, through risk assessment, through risk mitigation, through understanding CPP, CPK, and various aspects associated with it, specifically following QBD approach, either through Q8 and Q14. Then the product, once developed, it gets transferred to manufacturing side through technology transfer. Thereby, we need to have thorough knowledge on the product and the analytical methods and establishing the product through a process validations. And then next comes the manufacturing of the product continuously at manufacturing site and supplying it to the commercial. In this process, we generally do CPB, continued process verifications, investigating any issues through deviation, OS, and any other means to find out the root causes and taking corrective actions. And these root causes has to go beyond human error. Generally, human error is a stoppage of any of the investigations which is blocking it for identifying root cause. and thereby documenting it appropriately. Customer feedback is very important, which we generally get it through the market complaints and understanding it through investigations, getting the root cause, and initiating CAPA. Supply chain management for various aspects associated with the suppliers and the product being supplied to are also important in this value chain. The last important piece of this QMS and its coverage has to go towards continuous improvement, which is happening through various cost saving approaches, change processes, process simplifications, and this process, either simplification or ABD approach, has to go through a rigorous, cautious approach of understanding its quality management system and its risk. And then it comes to the fact that this entire value chain has to have organizational value engraved into it through risk assessment, that is Q9, or Q10, at QMS. We talked about culture. And what is culture? Culture can be defined as the customs, ideas, beliefs, etc. of a particular society or a country. And that's what we are grew up. We are actually, imbibing our things. It's about north, west, east, or south. Go any of the different parts of India, even you will see different culture. It's the way we do things. And if we take it to integrity into it, then culture of integrity comes in picture, and then culture of integrity imbibe into it. Now, how the quality culture is looked at. In my presentation on this slide, what I've captured three distinct pieces of factors related to mindset, capabilities, and system and tools, or system and processes. If we ingrain these three together and understand it better, then probably we'll have a better quality culture. About mindset, which is related to philosophies and values, leadership at every level owned by it. Continuous quality improvement is the kind of mindset which we need to have, kind of excelling in all aspects. Capabilities related to the organizational fit for the purpose, excel at the core competence, risk management, specifically for intelligent, it must have that intelligence process which is proactive in nature. The surveillance system has to be sensitive and fast, specifically the system of auditing. Strategic investment in education. That's about the capability of an organization. The last piece related to system and processes has to have intelligent quality standards, which will be giving a lot of things which are innovative in nature. Prevention and improvement focused activities and processes can drive into different process and systems, which then bind with capabilities and the mindset together creates that ingrained quality culture, which is the need of the hour, which is the need of the future for preventing data integrity breaches. How to do pathway for quality culture? I mean, specifically for data integrity, we have to have defined values in it. It depends upon the company how to define it. Say, for example, in Alchem, we imbibe and follow 9 values, which includes various aspects related to safety, quality, honesty, responsibility, compassion, fairness, respect, adaptability, and gratitude. Once we create it, then we have to have awareness defined into it, and it is propagated across the different organizational sites. We have to set goals aligning with the values, create infrastructure for an environment. Education and training is the one very important role associated with integrity. Reward recognitions and open culture is important. Management review on top of it is very important for understanding it. and then continuous improvement is the key to it. Organizational values are the guiding principles that provide an organization with purpose and direction, that help companies manage their interaction with both customers and employees. And once those organizational values are created, they have to be taken into different processes like, DI breaks, quality culture, through town halls, then competitions and quality week, or various other means which you can adopt there. We need to set up the goals for the values which we are imbibing, which we need to be anchored, and generally it is consistent, related to its mission, organizational goals, department goal, or employees goals, or has to have anchored organizational values. Now these values, once established, have to have a proper SOP driven activity, specifically the process which we need to be in place to have the data integrity in the GMP systems. We have to mitigate the risk, specifically to understand the adaptability of the procedure, specifically its requirement of the soft load persons, understanding the nitty-gritty of it, whether it is doable or it is actually being followed by the soft load person, specifically the operator or the analyst. And also we need to see whether it is adaptable by the cross-functional department and consistently being followed or not. Education. I mean, recently I was in a conference wherein I learned it, that education is completely different than training, which we generally follow. And in today's scenario, to adapt and assure a culture of integrity, culture of quality, we need to have education. Education is the one which is getting imbibed in us, and which we have, grew through, which we have actually learned through, entire life of ours. And that's what we need to have, the continuous process of understanding something which is in us, which is actually the need of the, the hour, which is the need of the fact related to training, is eventually when it is imbibed in some community or some department or some organization, that become the educated population, right? So that is why we need to have this education and training associated with it, related to data integrity, specifically highlighting its significance across the industry, across the population of that particular company. Then preventing errors is one thing which is important. It is about the data management practices which are essential and also need to be understood across the people who are associated with it, and promoting accountability. And that's what empowered culture across sites, across departments, can give better system related to education of data integrity and associated cultures. Additionally, we can have reward and recognition program related to the person, for those who are actually demonstrating core values for the organization, including data integrity findings. Admitting mistakes is one related to open culture, which can be very well gel with the companies and can create open system of it. Continuous improvement ideas has to be embraced. That will give us a lot of value in it. Eventually we need to have whistleblower policy which will allow person to notify something which is happening at the back. Rating infrastructure and environment, this is a very important fact of it, specifically related to the machines which we are operating if they are old. And I can give you one example, like compression machines which we have seen in the past without AWC versus what we are currently seeing with AWC and with the PLC controlled machines. Both are completely different and can give you a lot of confidence in terms of assuring data integrity and data acquisition. Simplification of the process, that is very important. Specifically, it is relevant for the fact that the soft load persons who are operating, if they are not able to follow the process which is being implemented or the SOP which is prepared, then it is going to create a lot of problem. That is the cause of data integrity most of the time. That's why we have to understand the process, simplify it to the tune of the need of the persons who is operating it. Use of additional, newer technology like PAT, and also technology related to laboratories. I mean, they are all related to PAT, specifically NIR, FT, NIR, Raman, etc., which are quick and giving advantages in terms of operational benefit and excellence. Management responsibility is key here in terms of assuring culture and the data integrity. Specifically, it is related to the policy which their management has to define, providing adequate resources, creating an appropriate working environment, effective communication and feedback, and review of all the KPIs and the product quality indices. The review of this DI issue specifically for its root cause and CAPA, and making sure that all the CAPAs are implemented. Creating infrastructure and environment specifically for digitalization is an important factor which are in need of the hour to prevent data integrity. Like CDS, LIMS, QMS, BMR, DMS, a lot of things are there. I mean, in this way, the entire business operations are getting digitalized in today's scenario. And most of the companies are in the process of doing so, at least the large companies who are operating in the pharma space. And this is going to reduce the human error. It will capture the data electronically and thereby preventing transcription error, improve data management for its retrieval as well as processing it. And once we have the data, we can use data to get it predicted through artificial intelligence. And that's being the new era coming up. Monitoring data integrity specifically from an overview of quality through audit trail review. Digitalized systems have a lot of features like analytics, which will give us that opportunity to isolate the issues related to data integrity, specifically that HMIs, PLCs, and SCADA, if they are L2 integrated, and we can create dashboard for highlighting data integrity issues. And at the end, AI-based predictions are the new features which are coming up, and many companies are now adapting to it. Effective auditing process to understand and surface out data integrity bridges requires competent people. We need to have surprise inspection, and this is one thing is very important across industry. We need to adhere to it, that surprisingly when we go, we see different things, and that's what FDA is doing it, and we also need to do it in our practice, internal audits or auditing some of the vendors. We need to do surprisingly, and we can see the differences. Escalating DI issues and observation to higher management is essential, and extend all the CAPAs related to data integrity to all other areas and sites. Next comes the continuous improvement. We know it is happening, and we can define it various terminology in it, like Kaizen. It happens through the levels. I mean, if I see a company who are at a very beginner's level, there we can see small issues of data integrity snowball into a bigger or larger piece in it, and then thereby creating entire company on trouble. The next level of maturity, when we see it, it is coming to nearly reactive scenarios wherein companies are correcting things is not a norm, but they're correcting, and they're occasionally getting issues popped up, and there can be also a problem if the things are not really managed nicely. The third level could be proactively increasing their capabilities goes to a level of proactions, but that proaction makes something which is related to issues which are situational or point of that particular issue, not towards a systemic proactive improvements. The ultimate level of maturity which is needed is to act proactively, rewards improvement, implementing meaningful process and systems, in routine practice through continuously excelling in every aspect of small or big, and that is going to create that quality system maturity and thereby can give better satisfaction in terms of protecting data integrity. Now, next piece of information related to the data integrity, which is there and not actually assured, meaning there are issues which is surfaced out by internal or external agency or an auditor. What we need to do? Immediately, we need to understand it. We need to assess it. We need to get it assessed through an expert or an external consultant who is really an expert. This is a very important piece of fact which I'm talking about for data integrity basis. And then we need to have a comprehensive assessment of it, evaluate it thoroughly in terms of its occurrence, the spread of it, and also understand its impact on it. You need to have risk assessment. What is the extent it is actually in it? It is its depth. We need to understand, and at the end we have to take remedial actions or management strategy, which can be even a fact of recalling some products from the market. We have to take that step in remediating data integrity breaches. Now let's talk about the future trend of data integrity. I mean, we have seen data integrity since decades. I should say it's third decade I am seeing wherein data integrity being discussed, and that's what our today's topic about data integrity 2.0, wherein we are seeing data integrity but from a different lens, from a different perspective, from a different era. Now, the trend of data integrity is now going towards real-time data monitoring. And as we have grown up, grown towards the digitalization, grown towards collecting data, now it is processing data and understanding it real time. Increased automation in data management process and rise of predictive analysis for risk assessment, specifically for understanding data integrity breaches. And this trend is a reality for some of the companies, but most of the companies still are trying to catch up. And this is going to be the future. So now I'm coming to the end of it, to the conclusion of it, specifically from my perspective. The takeaways which I should talk about today is maintaining DI is a challenging task. It's a decade-old issues. It is still there and it will be there, and we have to focus on it and we have to take it as a challenge and act on it. Regulatory authorities are adopting the legislations and guidance on DI. The classic example of CDSCO Schedule M, the revised one, is now having data integrity points captured in it, specifically for electronic data. And this is ever-changing scenarios, and data integrity approaches, specifically from its understanding and its reality of it, from a regulator's perspective, is changing. Regulators are adopting different techniques and thereby making more comprehensive in terms of their auditing process and thereby identifying issues related to data integrity. So we have to look at it and we have to adapt ourselves to the tune of the regulators' expectations. Relying merely on legislations and guidance to maintain data integrity is not sufficient. We have to have organizational values and culture adapted into quality management system to ensure the data is integral or data is protected. digitalized infrastructure and environment always give us satisfaction, and it is the build it is going to build a strong base for DI. And that's what whomsoever are having digitalized infrastructure in their company, they are better protected, they are better in terms of assuring data integrity. Secure database, flawless training and auditing skills are crucial in terms of understanding it. Continuous improvement for elevating organization to the next level of quality management maturity is the one which is very crucial and important. That is quality management maturity, which is very important. With this, I would like to thank all the members, all the attendees who are here listening me. Thank you so much for your participation here. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Prabhir ji. That was really indeed a wonderful session. And we like for the fact how you join the human values with your data integrity system, and how we can, collaborate both, and how we can go ahead in the future with this. So that was really an insightful session. I'm sure everyone has a lot of questions, and I'm sure we are going to take that up. But I still believe we still have time, because as of now, we don't have much of questions. But in case if you have certain things to add on, you can continue. And meanwhile, when we have questions, we can take. Okay, we have one question. How to handle the intentional breaching of DI issues in the organization?
Thank you. I think it's Vishwas Desai, right? Who is questioning is Blue Cross Lab. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, Vishwas. This is very pertinent questions, and this is one of the matter everybody's minds is blocked up, specifically what to do in case issues are propped up. I have captured in one of the slides there, specifically in terms of issues like DI, if it is intentionally created or intentionally done, in those cases, as a matter of management or as a matter of company, need to understand, is it localized, isolated case, or it is spreaded across the department or spreaded across the organization. And that's what we need to deep dive into it to understand its implications, its depth. Once it is surfaced out, then probably you will be getting a clear picture of it. If it is very isolated case, say for example, one particular person committed one mistake, then you can take corrective action associated with that particular person, right? And the activities related to that person, and holistically, whatever activities, whatever documentation, whatever task that person's executed in the past, they will be in questions, and you need to go there and thoroughly assess, and if needed you probably have to reanalyze or reassess those activities again to prove that that is completely ensured in terms of the data which are generated by that particular person. Now, if some issues are really surfaced out, please document it and notify it. And you can take certain approach, like you can take up actions like for data which are really valid, which are relevant, that much can be taken up. I mean, you cannot go beyond shelf life of a product. So you need to be practical in that sense, and take into account all those cases which are to be assessed. Now, the other scenarios could be if it is systemic. If it is systemic, then you really need to take somebody expert in it and assess it thoroughly in terms of root cause of it, specifically root cause to the tune of what exactly the cause of it is. It a middle management, or is it a process which is contributing but the team is not understanding, or it is something really pushing from some persons or some of the issues which are sitting in the corner. That issue has to be surfaced out either by company itself or by expert who need to be brought in for assessing it, if it is systematically spread it across the organization and thereby taking actions. In this entire process, you need to be very careful if you are dealing with regulatory bodies for some of the product supplies which are there in the market. If some of the impact associated with this assessment is related to a commercial product which is in market, then you need to assess that as well and intimate to the agencies. I think in this process of openly investigating it, finding the root cause, and addressing it through the QMS is the key, which I want to state through this. Hope this answers you.
Okay. We have one more question from Perry. Pratyusha mentions how to handle missing GMP documents where the raw data of the execution is available, but executed GMP document is not available.
All right. And this is, thank you, Perry. This is really a very tricky matter, and I believe all companies are dealing with it. I mean, and this has happened specifically if we are operating with paper-based documentation. So there is a possibility either it is misplaced or it can be missing out from the documentations. So if we can, I mean, to answer this question straight, if we can retrieve the GMP document, recreate the GMP document from the raw data, you are there. And it is being followed for all the companies, all the operations to recreate documents if such an issue of misplacement or situation happen wherein GMP documents is not traceable, but their raw data are available. You can recreate it. If you can recreate it to the satisfaction of the GMP documentation, I think you are there. And do this process of recreation through a QMS, either by deviations or any of the process you follow in your system, which is related to quality management system.
Okay. So that was an amazing session, and I believe we don't have any more questions on board. Uh, we will now ask Abhay to have his words, what he needs to express, and then we'll move about.
Dheeraj, I could have taken this program to a long one complete hour program, but I timed it to 40 minutes as I committed to you by reducing some of my discussions and moving past. Anyway, I mean, I think if any questions are there with anybody, please do reach out to me either through Abhay or anybody of EBM. I will try answering them and appropriately to you. Thank you.
Absolutely. Guneet, I believe you're on mute. Uh, are you able to hear me, right, Prabhir?
Yes, I can hear you. You are
Okay,
audible.
so I believe I'm not able to hear Guneet. Are you able to hear Guneet?
Yes, yes.
Okay, all right.
Why is it so hard?
Yes, we
Hi,
can
can
hear you.
you hear me now? I'm from
Yes,
Abhay's laptop. Hi.
yes.
Apologize for that. We spoke about it, Prabhir. That means, this data integrity can be a 2-day conference on its own.
Correct.
So no problem. Thank you very much for the great session. And I hope to see you during the in-person conference and during the award ceremony as well. Thank you very much.
Sure. Thank you.
Thank
Thank you, Gunit.
Okay, so everybody means, we have a half an hour break here because our sessions are going on till 2 o'clock. It's a very long time. So we didn't want to be away from the food for that long. So this is why it's a 30 minutes break. Do not just grab a cup of tea or coffee, but also have snacks as well. And be right back at 11:50, please. Thank you very much. 11:50 is 25. Okay, so 11:55 to be precise. Please be back by 11:55. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot, Guneet.
Eminence Business Media present Pharma Quality Excellence Awards 2024. Media partner CNBC TV 18.
Welcome to the Pharma Quality Excellence Awards 2024. So let us give this evening a bit of fitting start by lighting the ceremonial lamp. And to do the honors, I invite our Managing Director, Eminence Group, Ms. Gunneet Kaur here, along with our esteemed guests, to please step forward. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for the founder and managing director of Eminence Group of Companies, Ms. Gunneet Kaur here, who of course has been at the forefront of leading meaningful conversations and bringing all of you together. A round of applause once again for Ms. Gunneet.
Thank you. This is the first ever India's Pharma Quality Excellence Awards, which are dedicated to the quality teams. Yes, there are several awards happening for pharma, but I don't see anything which is dedicated to quality teams. So thank you very much for putting your trust in us. Had over 110 nominations. The jury member knows that how difficult it was to actually select 21 winners out of 110 nominations. So honestly guys, the competition was very tough. So if you all winners are sitting here, there is a reason for that. Let's give a big round of applause to all those.
It's time we move to the awards segment. The first award in the individual category award is the Sustainability Advocate Award. The award goes to Ms. Dia Surana, Director of Micro Labs. Can we have a big round of applause? Our winner, Ms. Dia Surana, Director of Micro Labs.
So on behalf of Ms. Diya Surana, myself, Dr. Prashant Naik, it's a great pleasure and honor that we take this award. This is about two projects that we have done. The first one is about Microlab's tree monitoring project, where we planted more than 2,000 trees in Dharmapuri district. The project employs geotagging as well with the physicians so that they can see and monitor the growth of the health of the trees. The second one is Dolo 650, which is the flagship product of Microlabs. Is proudly stands the first plastic neutral pharmaceutical brand.
The award goes to, in this category of Quality Culture Ambassador, to none other than Mr. Sanjay Kumar Sinha, President of Operations at ACOM's Drug and Pharmaceuticals. To receive this award on behalf of Mr. Sinha, I invite the CEO of ACOM's Drug, Mr. Ajay Diman, on stage to please accept the award.
To thank esteemed jury as well as dignitaries who have recognized our effort at ACOMS for the commitment to the quality.
Time to move to the next award for this evening in this category, which is the Quality Culture Torch Bearer. The award goes to Mr. Suvir Srivastav, Senior Vice President, Aragon Life Sciences. A round of applause for Mr. Srivastav. Many, many congratulations.
Wherever I joined, we faced the international audits, regulatory audits first time, and we cleared it. So wherever, in whichever company I worked, we got first US FDA, first MC at that time, then it became MHRA, and now it is EMA, and all about Invisa, TGA and everything. Thank you. Thank you very much.
All right, time to move to the next award in this category, which is AI Pioneer Award. The award goes to Dr. Damodaran M. CQO, Global Quality and Regulatory Affairs, Sci Life Sciences.
This award, I would like to thank my boss, Krishna, as mentioned, Sauri. He's also pioneer in, giving a guidance on that. And my team, we have a DIL team, Digital Innovation Laboratory team in our company. So who always, work on the data structuring and working on the predictive mechanism.
Time to move to the next award for this evening in this category, which is the Innovative Leader Award. The award goes to Mr. Satish Jayaraman, Associate Vice President, IT at Enzene Biosciences.
It's a pleasure and honor to receive this award on behalf of Enzene, and we are on a transformation journey, including innovation, right? And happy to adopt master control. So thank you for the award.
The first award in the Jury's Choice Award is the Lifetime Achievement Award. Please put your hands together. That goes to Dr. V.G. Nayak. A round of applause for him. I have to say there has to be a biggest round of applause, and not just applaud. There has to be a standing ovation as well for Dr. V.G. Nayak as he bags the Lifetime Achievement Award. The applause must go on. A standing ovation. Many, many congratulations, Dr. V.G. Nayak. Thank you for the legacy you have created, the impact you made.
Thank you, EBM and Gunit,
for this honor. I was quite surprised. But I must say that I was taken aback when this name was announced, because most of the people who came up here and got the awards, they are in close proximity and have worked with me. And the jury itself has worked with me in different capacities in different companies. I am thankful to you for having chosen me.
It is now time to move to the next award in the Jury's Choice Awards category, which is the Pharma Quality Leadership Award. The award goes to Mr. Vipul Doshi for his well-deserved recognition and outstanding contribution to the pharmaceutical landscape. A big round of applause.
And supported me to do the perform about what I am today. I really acknowledge, thank you Prashant, thank you Mr. Belapure, and thank you entire my team sitting here, and then especially thanks to my family who has really supported me to come to this level.
Eminence Business Media present Pharma Quality Excellence Awards 2024. Media partner CNBC TV 18. Eminence Business Media present Pharma Quality Excellence Awards 2024. Media partner CNBC TV 18.
Time to move to the next category, which is the organizational category. The first award in this category is for excellence in quality control practices. The award goes to Team Biocon for the outstanding contributions to quality and excellence. I'd like to invite Team Biocon, well, without forgetting, the applause must go on for our winners coming right up on stage. Many, many congratulations, Team Biocon.
I would like to thank my QC colleagues for generating new ideas and implementing them. And my QC excellence team is adding more and adapting Lean Six Sigma and Six Sigma practices to achieve on-time implementation of these ideas.
All right, with that, we move to the next award for this evening, which is the GMP Excellence Award. The award goes to Team Micro Labs for the outstanding commitment to quality in pharmaceutical manufacturing. Team Micro Labs.
I think three pillars is what I think really comes to our mind, which is the robust quality management system and the transformation by automation. And I think what we have seen is that we have very high unwavering focus on safety.
Time for me to move to the next award in this category, which is the Excellence in Process Validation Award. The award goes to Team Zentiva. Can we have a round of applause for our winner walking right up on stage?
Thank you for the EBM for giving this platform where we can learn about the success stories from all the quality fraternity in the pharmaceutical industry. So very happy to have it. Thank you for the jury for all the award selection. Thank you.
All right, time to roll to the next award for this evening, which is for the newly launched facility for best practices in quality. The winner for this award is none other than Team ClearSynth. Can we have a round of applause for Team ClearSynth, who bagged this award for newly launched facility for best practices in quality. Team ClearSynth walking right up on stage.
have new facilities come up in Hyderabad, which is because we thought quality has to begin from end to end. And the new facility is designed by keeping everything from end to end, like from R&D, quality, logistics, packaging, everything is seamlessly planned well in advance so that we can create a global institution from India.
The winner of the best practices in facility design for quality is none other than Micro Labs for consistently delivering excellence in pharmaceutical manufacturing. The winner for good documentation practices, ladies and gentlemen, it's none other than Strides Pharma Sciences for its exemplary efforts in enhancing documentation practice. Striding with pride is Team Stride Pharma Science. Many, many congratulations.
This award also is a testimony of everything that we do at Stride. We have a value, and that value is called as ICE, I-C-E. The value of integrity, the value of competency, and the value of efficiency.
The winner of the Continuous Learning Award is none other than Team Piramal Pharma. A round of applause for Piramal Pharma.
Quality Academy is a journey which we started 2 years back, and I'm really proud to say that the first academy had 51 learners, and the second academy, which we just began in the month of Jan, has 110 learners. We don't try to teach out there. It's more about what the FDA, EU, Indian FDA, Schedule M is talking about and what we are doing within Piramal.
The winner for Emerging Company in Quality Culture Transformation is Sequent Scientific. A round of applause for Sequent Scientific as they bag this award for Emerging Company in Quality Culture Transformation.
We appreciate the recognition that EBM did for pharma, and we commit that we will continue this quality culture transformation. Thank you.
Well, the award goes to none other than Granules India Limited FD Unit, one in Gagilapur, Hyderabad, Telangana. Inviting Team Granules India to please join us on stage. We back this award for Quality Culture Transformation Plan. Many, many congratulations.
We as a Granules India, we give utmost priority to the quality. We strive since from 9 years, we are on top of digital journey, and we are on top of the quality culture transformation, starting from an operator, the real heroes who actually working on from the mission to the delivery of the goods. So we nurtured all our starting from SOPs to implementation of the procedures where operator can easily understand, analyst can easily understand, execute their job. So thereby, the everything and all the activities will run in a smoother way.
Showcasing its stride in fostering a culture of quality. Inviting Biocons Limited on stage, who bagged the award for Quality Culture Transformation. Many congratulations, Biocon Limited.
I'd like to thank our Executive Chairperson, Dr. Kiran Shah Muzumdar, our CEO Siddharth Mittal and his entire executive leadership team. I would also like to thank our quality teammates, and every individual associated with Biocon Limited, our partners, our suppliers, our vendors, for their commitment towards quality, which is adding really a good value toward this quality journey. Thank you very much.
Inviting on stage, once again we have Piramal Pharma, the winners of Quality Innovation again. A round of applause to Piramal Pharma. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, time to roll to the next award for this evening, which is Excellence in QMS Integration Award. The winner of this award is Granules Limited. Once again, inviting on stage Team Granules to back this award for Excellence in QMS Integration. Many, many congratulations, Team Granules. Ladies and gentlemen, our next award for this evening is the Risk Management Award. To bag this award is none other than Strides Pharma Science, once again striding with pride, walking right up on stage to bag the award for Risk Management. Many congratulations, team. Ladies and gentlemen, next we announce is the Integrated Quality Award, and making it to the list, the champion for this award, it's none other than Enzene Bioscience Limited for its visionary adoption for the Master Control EQMS platform, showcasing its commitment to holistic quality management. We have Team Enzene Bioscience join us on stage. Many, many congratulations as they back this award for integrated quality.
At Enzene, we believe in access to innovative biologic medicines through technology and innovation. As a pioneer in continuous manufacturing technology of biologics, we plan to expand global access to biologics through technology and innovation and eliminating errors through technology.
We have a small token of appreciation and gratitude for you. So I invite Ms. Guneet and Mr. Ghani to please present a token of appreciation to Ms. Sara and Mr. Raghav. Our team of Master Control, a round of applause for them once again, ladies and gentlemen.
I just want to take this opportunity to thank you all. See, there is no word that can ever make you satisfied here when you know that you're not doing the right thing. Am I right? Correct. So you all sitting here were already the winners. You shared your victory, your achievement, and your dedication and commitment with us. For that, the entire Eminence Business Media team and the Eminence Group, we are really honored. Thank you very much. Excellence, CAPA excellence, and all different processes. And we had 7 winners from the individual award category and 14 winners from the organizational category. If I have to be very honest, it was very difficult for the jury members to even select the winners. Well, on behalf of the entire team Eminence, I would like to congratulate all the winners and thank you very much for sharing your celebrations with us. Thank you, Pharma family. See you again.
Eminence Business Media present Pharma Quality Excellence Awards 2024. Media partner CNBC TV 18. Eminence Business Media present Pharma Quality Excellence Awards 2024. Media partner CNBC TV 18.
Welcome to the Pharma Quality Excellence Awards 2024. So let us give this evening a better fitting start by lighting the ceremonial lamp. And to do the honors, I invite our Managing Director, Eminence Group, Ms. Gunneet Kaur here, along with our esteemed guests, to please step forward. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for the founder and managing director of Eminent Group of Companies, Ms. Gunneet Kaur here, who of course has been at the forefront of leading meaningful conversations and bringing all of you together. A round of applause once again for Ms. Gunneet.
Thank you. This is the first ever India's Pharma Quality Excellence Awards, which are dedicated to the quality teams. Yes, there are several awards happening for pharma, but I don't see anything which is dedicated to the quality teams. So thank you very much for putting your trust in us. Had over 110 nominations. The jury member knows that how difficult it was to actually select 21 winners out of 110 nominations. So honestly guys, the competition was very tough. So if you all winners are sitting here, there is a reason for that. Let's give a big round of applause to all those.
awards segment. The first award in the individual category award is the Sustainability Advocate Award. The award goes to Ms. Dia Surana, Director of Micro Labs. Can we have a big round of applause? Our winner, Ms. Dia Surana, Director of Micro Labs.
So on behalf of Ms. Dia Surana, myself, Dr. Prashant Naik, it's a great pleasure and honor that we take this award. This is about two projects that we have done. The first one is about Microlab's tree monitoring project, where we plant more than 2,000 trees in Dharmapuri district. The project employs geotagging as well with the physicians so that they can see and monitor the growth of the health of the trees. The second one is Dolo 650, which is the flagship product of Microlabs. Is proudly stands the first plastic neutral pharmaceutical brand.
The award goes to, in this category of Quality Culture Ambassador, to none other than Mr. Sanjay Kumar Sinha, President of Operations at ACOM's Drug and Pharmaceuticals. To receive this award on behalf of Mr. Sinha, I invite the CEO of ACOM's Drug, Mr. Ajay Diman, on stage to please accept the award.
Take this opportunity to thank esteemed jury as well as dignitaries who have recognized our effort at ACOMS for the commitment to the quality.
Time to move to the next award for this evening in this category, which is the Quality Culture Torch Bearer. The award goes to Mr. Suvir Srivastav, Senior Vice President, Aragon Life Sciences. A round of applause for Mr. Srivastav. Many, many congratulations.
Wherever I joined, we faced the international audits, regulatory audits first time, and we cleared it. So wherever, in whichever company I worked, we got first US FDA, first MC at that time, then it became MHRA, and now it is EMA, and all about INVISA, TGA, and everything. Thank you. Thank you very much.
All right, time to move to the next award in this category, which is AI Pioneer Award. The award goes to Dr. Damodaran M. CQO, Global Quality and Regulatory Affairs, Sci Life Sciences.
This award, I would like to thank my boss, Krishna, as mentioned, Sauri. He's also pioneer in, giving a guidance on that. And my team, we have a DIL team, Digital Innovation Laboratory team in our company. So who always, work on the data structuring and working on the predictive mechanism.
Time to move to the next award for this evening in this category, which is the Innovative Leader Award. The award goes to Mr. Satish Jayaraman, Associate Vice President, IT at Enzene Biosciences.
It's a pleasure and honor to receive this award on behalf of Enzene, and we are on a transformation journey, including innovation, right? And happy to adopt master control. So thank you for the award.
The first award in the Jury's Choice Award is the Lifetime Achievement Award. Please put your hands together. That goes to Dr. V.G. Nayak. A round of applause for him. I have to say that has to
All right. Welcome back, everyone. I hope you had a refreshing break. And let's jump right back into our next session. Our next session is about understanding deviations in pharma quality management theoretical foundation to be conducted by Mr. Prashant GN, Senior VP Corporate Quality at Granules India. In this session, he will walk us through the fundamentals of CAPA and deviation management. With over 3 decades in the pharmaceutical industry, Mr. Prashant GN brings deep hands on experience across APIs, formulations, and biologics. Starting with a master's in pharmacy from Bangalore and sharpening his leadership at IIM, he's built a career grounded in both science and strategy. At Granules India, where he's spent the last 5.5 years, Prashant leads corporate quality across 7 manufacturing sites, guiding a team of 1,000 people. From setting up world class QC labs to driving regulatory excellence and mentoring future professionals, his work reflects a commitment to quality, continuous improvement, and knowledge sharing that shape every role he's held. All right, so let us welcome Prashant ji on the stage.
Hi, good morning, all. Hope you are able to hear me.
Yes, good morning, Prashant ji.
Hi, Dheeraj. Good morning, all. Hope you are having a wonderful session from the morning. So I'll continue with
Yes.
this webinar. One of the topic which is given to me is on the deviation management in the pharma industry. So I have few slides, and I have been directed to cover only the basics in this session. This session will go on for about 20 minutes with a 10-minute session for the questions and answers. You can interrupt me in between if you have any questions, or you can post it in between so that I'll definitely try to answer most of the questions coming out of this session. So I would like to thank the EBM group for giving me an opportunity to talk on this topic. And I'll start with my session, which is the basics of the deviations. Give me a minute, please. Dheeraj, you are able to present?
Yes, Prashant ji, you will be able to present it from your system.
Oh, okay. Just give me a minute.
Okay. So is it possible to reach you?
Are you able to see now?
No, so far I cannot see the screen.
Not yet.
Can you help me, Dheeraj? I'm not able to
Okay.
share here. It's not what you call active. The icon is not
Are you
active.
presenting via PPT or a PDF?
It's a PPT.
Okay. You can click on the present to audience, select
Which is next to the mic.
share screen option. And once you do the share screen option, click on the entire screen. So
yes, now it's visible.
Yes, now we can see.
I can start?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
You can just go to the PPT and you can start.
Yeah.
You'll have to open the PPT tab.
It's the PPT seen now.
No, I cannot see it. You can just go to the
Not
PPT
yet.
option. You can just alt tab, go to the PPT. Dheeraj, do we have the presentation for Prashantji, if we can share it from our end?
Yes, we do have the PPT. In case if Prashantji is facing difficulties, I can like share the PPT.
Prashantji, have
Just
you
a sec.
selected your entire screen?
Yes, I have done that.
Can you just go to the PPT tab then?
Yeah, it's on the PPT tab.
But no, we cannot see the PPT screen here. It is mirroring your entire browser. So maybe that is the reason. Can you just go to the PPT wherein you won't be able to see the browser?
Yeah, I've opened the PPT now.
Please. Dheeraj, can you share that slide with me once so that I can present it from my side?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, sure. Yeah.
Send it to me on WhatsApp if you want.
Yes, I'll do that. Sent.
Just a minute, I'm trying to.
I think Abhay should be able to manage it. Meanwhile, in case if you want to recheck, you can always do that. You can maybe again try to present it and go to an alt tab. It's just that your PPT has to be open and that's it. And you will be able to present it. Yes, now we can view it.
You can
Prashantji.
see now. Yeah, sorry for the little
Yes.
inconvenience here. And let me go through the slides now. We have set up a small
Sure.
agenda. So I'll just touch upon the importance of the deviations in the pharmaceutical industry. So I have compiled some trends, which is from the latest FDA website, which talks about the various 483s, the categorizations of the 483s. So this gives an indication on the importance of the deviations in the pharmaceutical industry. So I'll touch upon few definitions in terms of the various guidances what we have, various guidelines and the regulations, and what deviation definitions is all about. The next point in the agenda is on how do we classify the deviations based on the criticality, and what is a general management process flow for handling the deviations right from the initiation to the closure. So there are certain responsibilities to make it very clear about the way we handle deviations in the pharmaceutical industry. So right from the first step to the last step, we talk about the various responsibilities. This part up to section number 5 becomes more of an administrative activity, but the most important technical activity is on the step number 6, which is on the investigational tools. The next is on how the CAPAs are identified, how the closure happens, and in case there's a time which is taken, we are not able to meet the CAPA timelines, how the extensions have to be taken and how it has to be addressed. And the last two bullet points are extremely important from a governance structure, also from a compliance structure. The trending is part of the compliance, and even the metrics for monitoring, it forms a part of the major quality governance phase. So having said that, I will just touch upon one of the screens, which is taken from the latest FDA. If you look at the number on the right-hand column, the last column which talks about the frequency. This number talks about, it mentions about 201. What is this 201? FDA has published the entire 483 trends for the entire 2024. And if you look at the 21 CFR 211.22, it talks about the procedures which are not fully mentioned in the writing and not fully followed. This eventually becomes a part of the deviations because it talks about the procedures being written by the firms but not fully implemented or fully followed. This, if you look at the Pareto analysis, this particular observation forms the top in the list of the FDA. This also coupled with the point number 2, which talks about the investigations of discrepancies and failures, which constitutes about 134 to be precise in number. This becomes the second top cited 483 among the FDA observations. So if you look at the top 2, it constitutes about 335 observations, which is very, very significant. So this is all about the deviations, the inadequacies of investigation, inadequacies of in the CAPA's identification, and the failures. So this also emphasizes the importance of deviations, the methodology of deviation handling, the approach of documentation, the approach of subject matter experts, and the importance of all these aspects in a FDA inspection or any other regulatory inspections. So I'll just move into the next slide. I'll be little fast here. I don't want to be talking about each and every definition. Generally, the deviation management process is a systematic approach for identifying, analyzing, solving, and documenting all the events that deviate from the established procedures. This includes the developmental part of the life cycle of a product, the manufacturing stage, as well as the commercialization of the products. So the deviation is nothing but the departure from any approved processes, approved procedures or instructions, approved specifications, or any established standards, which includes the protocols also. So when the firm has approved documentation in place, approved systems in place, it is a responsibility of the manufacturing firm to see that the systems are in a state of compliance. So any deviation, there is from a approved processes, it's part of a deviation system and to be handled as per the deviation management system, which is in line with the company's a deviation SOP or a corporate quality procedure on deviations. So there are deviations which can happen during a development, during a manufacturing or a packaging. It can also happen in a laboratory. It can happen in any function. So irrespective of the function, the entire GMP aspects, the GMP activities which are governing at the site, there has to be deviations which has to be initiated. So there are certain definitions given in various agencies. Basically, the ICH, which was started way back in early 2001 on the ICH Q7, gives a complete definition of the deviation, which is nothing but a departure from an approved instruction or an established standard. So prima facie, whether it is an FDA or it's an ICH or it's a EU or a PAC, the definitions more or less in principle it's the same. So only the wordings are slightly different in some of the regulations. These regulations also emphasizes the need for the procedures to be available for the manufacturing processes, for the laboratory controls, for the quality management activities. So wherever the quality procedures are there, so if at all it is identified as a deviation or a departure, a deviation has to be initiated. This is principally mentioned in all these regulations which have been described here. I'll also touch upon a couple of key words and the definitions around the keywords, which is extremely important in the topic which is given to me. There is something called non-conformity, which is nothing but a deviation. The wordings can be depending on the firm and the firm's procedures and the firm's quality assurance systems. So the immediate action is that action which is taken immediately to salvage the situation and to prevent the non-conformity from spreading further. So if you look at any deviation system, it should have at the content of immediate action. It should also have a remedial action. It should have a corrective action and a preventive action. So these are the 4 types of actions which are designed in the deviation format. The remediation action, I'll just read out the definition in the for the purpose of this discussion. The remedial action is defined as the action taken to improve a situation and to fix or correct a non-conformance. This is extremely important here, to fix or correct a non-conformance and return the process, product or materials to acceptable state of control of quality. If you look at the corrective action, slightly talks about, slightly the wordings are slightly different and the purpose is different. This is defined as an action taken to eliminate the cause of a detected non-conformity or other undesirable situation. The corrective action is taken to prevent recurrence of the problem. So this is an important point. I did not make it as bold here. So the corrective action is always taken to prevent the recurrence of the problem. And preventive action, this is defined as an action taken to eliminate. So this is the important word here. Eliminate the cause of a potential non-conformance or other undesirable potential situation. So the preventive action is taken to prevent the occurrence of the problem. So this is exactly defined in the ISO quality systems of 9000/2005. The classification of deviation is also done, and we also have to look at the major impact and the minor impact. The major impact has a direct impact on the quality of the product, which includes the safety, identity, purity, or the strength. And the minor impact, though it's a deviation, but it does not have a greater amount of impact on the quality of the product. And so these are the 2 definitions of major impact and the minor impact. And the whole investigations, when you look at, be it a deviations or be it a market complaints or be it a OOS or any of the quality management tools, the root cause is the most important thing, where the identification of the root cause in an investigation is the most important aspect in any of the deviation system. So the root cause is defined as the underlying reason for the non-conformance which is confirmed by evidence of a known sequence of events, and observations is defined as the root cause. In majority of the investigations in pharmaceutical industries, there may not be there are situations where the investigational team is irrespective of the expertise what they have, they may not be in a position to identify the root cause. In such cases, the most probable root cause have to be identified, which has to be documented. So the most probable root cause is also defined as the most likely root cause that cannot be established beyond doubt, but is adequately and substantially supported by the data gathered during the investigation. So this is extremely important. Though the firm cannot identify the root cause, but the data which is collected or compiled during the phase of the investigation can be supported towards a most probable cause. The most probable cause is identified through the investigation. The level of certainty required in order to establish the root cause could not be reasonably determined. So the other definition is also on the risk assessment. During the process of the deviation handling, there is an impact on the other products. There could be an impact on the products which are distributed in the market. There could be what you call risks or the impact associated with the products which are available at the site. It could also have an impact on the quality systems. So the impact assessment should cover the various aspects in terms of the other equipment, the other products, the products in the market, depending on the nature of the deviation. And this will be ascertained by the investigational team and led by the quality assurance. So we went through some of the important definitions here. And the deviation management is a systematic process of identifying, assessing, and addressing any deviations that occur from the approved instructions or the established standards within the company. If you look at the deviation management, it's a very important part of the quality management system. which is always coupled with the OOS. It is also coupled with the market complaints. It is also coupled with the other assessments like the change control. So the effective management of the deviations is an extremely important activity where the, the, the focus during the inspections will be on the types of the deviations, the number of the deviations, how the firm has addressed the deviations to the totality, how the corrective actions and the preventive actions have been designed or identified by the firm in order to prevent these occurrences in future. So the deviation management also gives an opportunity for the firm for improvement of the quality systems, improvement of the knowledge, improvement of the competency of the people, and also it becomes an important technical tool for training. So in terms of a classification, the terminologies are differently used by different companies. Any company who are using these terminologies, the focus should be more on the corporate quality governance programs and the SOPs. So the general terminology is used is about the planned deviations. These planned deviations are also called as temporary changes in some of the firms. These temporary changes are taken in order to take some kind of a trials. For example, you are deviating for a short period of time or a short number of batches based on a mutually agreed and mutually assessed risk assessments. So the planned deviations refer to the pre-approved and intentional deviations from the SOPs, and these are required in the pharma industries in terms of continuous improvements, in terms of process improvements, in terms of any improvements in terms of the equipment operating parameters. I would like to give some examples of the planned deviation or planned deviations here. There are certain temporary changes which are taken to assess and test and validate the potential efficiency improvements. There are certain raw materials where the specifications which are committed, the testing, some of the tests are bypassed through a temporary change system, but there are supporting controls like the testing gets completed before the release of the batches for which the temporary changes will be taken, and temporarily adapting an alternate testing method to validate the accuracy also comes under temporary changes. So generally in these temporary changes, the change requests are also made. It is made through a formal process. The risk associated with these temporary changes are adequately assessed by the quality assurance team and well documented in the temporary change formats which are there. So unless the risk assessments are done properly, adequately, the firm is not supposed to approve the temporary changes, which can have a greater amount of impact going forward once the batches are released into the market. So having said that, the temporary changes also have to be well documented, because any activity in a pharmaceutical environment, as all of you are aware, should have a well structured documentation in place. So there are certain unplanned deviations which happens, which forms a significant portion. If you look at the data between a planned deviation and unplanned, a majority of the deviations which happens in a pharmaceutical manufacturing setup will be on the unplanned deviations. So the unplanned deviations, there are many examples. So where the equipment breakdowns do happen, there are certain kind of power outages which happens, the established temperature or the qualified temperature ranges or the humidity ranges are not met, or there are such a natural disasters which happen apart from, for example, in terms of what you call a 21 CFR Part 11, there is a ransomware attack on the cyber security. So the cyber security is compromised. So these things comes under a very accidental kind of situations which are defined as unplanned. There also in the pharmaceutical setup, there could be examples of a spillage of materials in the shop floor, which also relates to an unplanned deviation. And the next category is on the categorization of all the deviations based on the risks actually. So generally in the deviation SOP, there are three types of categorization which generally happens. So there are minor deviations, there are major deviations, and also there are critical deviations, as I told you, depending on the risk. So I've just compiled some of the definitions and a couple of examples just to give a feel of the deviation management system. In some of the firms, there are certain activities or the definition of incidents which are well defined. That also comes under the deviation management system, which the categorization happens as an incident. So in most of the companies, if you see the minor, major, and critical, these are the three types of classifications which are done for the deviation systems. A minor deviation which involves the divergence from the established procedures. If you look at the definition, they have a noticeable but very limited impact on the product quality. This is extremely important word here. There is no, but there is an impact, but not a limited impact on the product quality or the regulatory compliance. So this is generally accepted. The risk on these deviations are very, very low actually. For example, a slight variation in the size or appearance of a product, a deviation in the production timeline that leads to a slight delay but does not compromise on the overall product quality, and many of the documentation errors where the impact is not big but do not compromise anything on the data integrity comes under the examples of the minor deviations. In terms of major deviations, the major deviation indicates a significant departure from the procedures or standards that can considerably impact pharmaceutical drug quality and regulatory requirements. So this is extremely important. So in terms of a deviation, in terms of the out of specification, there can be a compromise in terms of the products which are already in the market. So there is definitely an impact, so which is classified as a major. In terms of all the breakdowns which we spoke about on the critical equipments, that comes under the major category. So the critical deviations are extremely reviewed by the regulatory agencies and very critical from an audit perspective and the firm's perspective, which needs a greater amount of attention. The critical deviation has a greater amount of impact, especially on the product quality, predominantly on the patient safety, and also in terms of a non-compliance with the applicable requirements. So that is termed as critical deviations. And in terms of the discoloration, for example, of a raw material, a discoloration of the product, a discoloration of the product during stability, a dissolution issues during stability, and all these aspects come under the critical scrutiny. In terms of things like cyber attack or IT failures, also where the data gets compromised or there is an impact on the data integrity, comes under the examples of critical deviations. So I'll just take upon a couple of minutes here, which gives a very generic flow chart for the deviation management process in the pharma industry. So whenever a deviation is identified, it is the responsibility of the team, whoever has identified as an individual, to report to his superior and log a deviation immediately. Once the deviation is logged, it gets reported to the quality assurance, and firms have a manual system. Majority of the firms now in the last decade has moved into a quality assurance management tools in terms of a track-wise, in terms of a caliber, or in terms of any of the quality assurance management systems. So the deviation numbers are automatically generated through a defined numbering system, which is defined in the corporate quality assurance procedure or a site quality assurance procedure. Once the deviation is, the number is allocated, an initial assessment is done by an investigational team which is formed, and the classification of the deviation is also done based on the critical, major, or minor. There are certain companies which are into products which are done on a contract manufacturing for the customers. There is a requirement based on the quality agreement that such deviations have to be reported to the contract givers. In some of the deviations which has a major impact, especially on the critical deviations, there is a need to be reported to the regulatory agencies also based on the product filing. So that decision is taken by the quality assurance or the corporate quality, depending on the firm's organizational structure. So once the notification is also done to the customer, because this is a pre-notification, once the initial deviation has happened, the impact assessment has to be performed by the firm, comprising of the various functional leaders or the subject matter experts from the various functions. So the most important and the challenging technically is on the investigational tools. The firms use majority of the investigational tools, which I'll touch upon in the next slide. So depending on the nature of the deviation, description of the deviation, any kind of the problem solving tools can be used, either a single problem solving tool or a multiple or a combination of problem solving tools can be used in the investigation. Predominantly, these investigations should be performed by the subject matter experts, comprising of the team from various functions. The investigation should always result in a root cause identification. The root cause identification is through a 5Y process of problem solving, or a FMEA, or an Ishikawa diagram, or a fishbone diagram, which we touch upon. And the documentation of the root cause, the documentation of the CAPA is the heart of the entire documentation process. The deviation documentation could be running into, say, 50s of pages or hundreds of pages, but the heart of the entire documentation is all about the section of root cause and the CAPA section, which is extremely important. The final part is on the review and of approval of the investigation report. There are certain checklists, there are certain guidance which are defined in the corporate quality procedures of the approval process of the investigation report. So this also has a rubric scoring in terms of the quality of the investigation report, the adequacy of the root cause, for example, the adequacy of the CAPA, for example, the adequacy of the process flow, the adequacy of the investigational tools which are followed, comprises the checklist which are finally used for approving the investigation reports. Using these rubric scoring, if some of the parameters are not adequate, the approving authorities within the firm can send it back for send back the document for a reassessment of the investigations. So once the investigation report is approved, the CAPA section of the investigation report, there will be several timelines which are committed. Some are immediate corrective actions, and some are related to facility modifications or an equipment procurement, which can have a longer timelines. So the corrective action and preventive actions are monitored in a very significant way in a periodic basis, which also covers under the corporate quality governance program in terms of a quality review meetings on a monthly basis. So these CAPAs are also tracked, the deviations are also tracked through a trending and also through the metrics. And the most important is the effectiveness of the CAPA. So once the investigational team has come out with CAPA, the robustness of these CAPAs and the effectiveness have also to be monitored. Depending on the nature of the CAPA, the timelines can be fixed for monitoring. It could be a 90-day program, it could be a 30-day program, it could be a 180-day program. So that can be designed during the approval of the CAPA in a CAPA effectiveness form. So I'll just skip a couple of slides here, which is nothing but which represents the earlier flow in the interest of time. So in terms of responsibilities, I'll just take half a minute over here, nothing new here. So in terms of initiation of a deviation, whoever concerned employee who has identified the deviation can be logging the deviation into the respective formats or a respective quality management tools or the applications which are there in the company. So that can be done by the individual employee along with his superior or supervisor. And the review and impact assessment is generally done by the originating department. Sometimes there is a support from the quality assurance also. The number allocation is generally done by the QA or the CQA, depending on the organizational structure. The classification is also done by the quality assurance team or the corporate quality assurance team. And in terms of the regulatory agency notification or a customer notification, It's generally a quality assurance team which takes this responsibility. In terms of using the right problem solving tools, so it is a cross functional team. The functional leads or the subject matter experts comprising of various functions will constitute this team for the investigations. The review of deviation report also by the HODs of respective functions have to go through the report. Though it is done by the investigational team, there is a greater amount of governance and review mechanisms which have to be there. So the functional leaders should play a major role in terms of the review of the deviation report. So the CAPAs which are there, also the corporate quality teams monitors the CAPAs or the site.
Prashantji, just to cut you for just a second, we can continue for a few more
Another
minutes
five
because,
minutes.
yeah, maybe we can do that because we have one question which we can address later. So if you want,
Okay.
you can continue for 5 minutes and then we can address that
Just I'll give me
question.
5 minutes if it's okay, and I'll finish this. I think this we are on the last two, three slides. Yeah.
Okay, all right.
Yeah. Thanks, Dheeraj. Yeah. So in terms of the investigational tools, this will be definitely, as informed to me, we will have a practical session of one of the case studies which we will be taking. Which tool to be used at what situation, which tool can be used, how do we arrive at a kappa, how do you arrive at a root cause can be discussed. And if you look at the predominantly the among the various investigational tools, the most popular ones are the 5 Whys and the FMEA, which are most important. And the data points in terms of statistical process controls or histograms or scatter diagrams can be used to demonstrate some of the data analysis in the problem solving tools. So the data also in terms of compilation, that's a major process. Depending on the nature of the deviation, several documents have to be seen, the validation documents or the method validation documents, the logbooks, batch production records. There are n number of documents in the pharmaceutical setup which has to be used in terms of a data compilation to arrive at some kind of a root cause. So there are certain deviations where the human errors are also there, and majority of the industry issues which we see, the data points in terms of the human errors are significantly higher. And in terms of the CAPA should always be finalized based on the finalization of the root cause. There has to be a correlation between the root cause and the CAPA. The CAPA closure dates are extremely important. The responsibilities of the CAPA have to be defined in the deviation report. And the effectiveness checks, as I told, it could be a 90-day program or a 180-day program that can be defined depending on the nature of the description of the deviation. And extension should be avoided to the extent possible. But there are situations in the pharmaceutical industries, the extensions have to be duly approved by the respective functions, especially quality assurance, as defined in the firm's quality programs. So there also has to be a governance program for CAPA monitoring. And in terms of trending of deviations, the trending should be based on the department, based on the root causes, based on the categories of major, minor, critical, and how do we compare the trends with respect to the previous performance and the impact on the CAPA effectiveness. So that can be done in this a part of the trend analysis, which can be a quarterly basis or a half yearly or a yearly trending. And the last important is on the metrics. Now, any performance has to be measured in terms of a suitable metrics. For a deviation, it could be a recurring deviation rate. So this should be as minimum as possible. We see that recurring deviation rates are anywhere between 10 to 20% in the industry, which talks about the deviations and the ineffectiveness of the CAPAs. And cycle time is also an important measurement of metrics, where for critical, major, and minor, the cycle time of closure. The human error rate is extremely important from a regulatory perspective, and the CAPA effectiveness and the extension rate can be used as some of the tools for monitoring the performance on a monthly or a quarterly or a yearly basis, depending on the firm's policies. So I think I'll stop here. I think there were some questions, Dheeraj, you were telling.
Yes, and first of all, thank you so much for this session and for making us understand about the multiple categories of deviations and how to overcome those challenges. So yes, we do have one question, and it's how to handle stability OOS in resolution in only one batch where nothing is identified.
Yeah, thanks, Achint. This is the most challenging OOS I can tell you. Any stability OOS, which we all know that if we are not able to identify a root cause, it results in a FIR. So within 3 days, we need to report to the agency on the FIR part so that the agency is notified because the product is in the market. I'll assume, Achint, in this question that the product is already distributed because the stability OOS can happen in two situations. One is for the commercially distributed products, or second part is on the exhibit batches which are in the state of the control within the firm's control actually. So for the answering this, I'm assuming that it is already distributed in the market. So again, the stability OOS will go through the OOS investigation methodology. Several tools like a 5Y analysis or even Ishikawa diagram can be used. So if nothing is identified, again, there are a lot of experiments which have to be done. There are a lot of hypothesis studies which have to be done. If the site quality control, quality assurance has come out with multiple hypotheses, there can be a support taken from the R&D teams also in terms of the product history, in terms of the APQR data can be also reviewed, in the process validation data can be reviewed for identifying the root cause. But a stability OS, the question which you have asked, the final conclusion is the root cause has to be identified because it has a larger impact on the patient safety. And I'm assuming here that the product is already in the market.
Wonderful. Once again, Anchit has asked, is it annual stability batch? One last
Oh,
question.
it's okay. It's an annual stability batch. Again, annual stability batch is an assumption that the product is already in the market. Uh, Here again, the impact assessment is extremely important. The number of batches which are in the control of the site is one situation to be addressed. The number of batches which are sailing is another part. The third part is the number of batches which are already reached the market, because these are three important situations which are to be addressed. The data compilation team has to assess this kind of information in order to take a meaningful decision. So unless the root cause is identified, there is a risk. The agency has to be notified through an FIR. The follow-up FIR has to be submitted to the agencies on a monthly basis so that the agency is updated. If at all the root cause is not identified, there is a possibility of a batch specific issue of this particular question which you have asked. It may result, or a decision on recall also has to be taken in terms of the investigation inadequacies.
Wonderful. So I believe there are no more questions from the delegates. So we will now again thank you a lot on this session and for clearing the questionnaires. So now we'll move on to our next session, and
Thanks, Dheeraj.
it's yeah. Thanks a lot, Prashantji.
Thanks everybody.
So, our next session is on quality risk management in GMP compliance, proactive strategies, to be led by Mr. Mehul Patel, Vice President, Corporate Quality and Compliance at Mankind Pharma. He'll explore theoretical foundations of QRM, frameworks like ICHQ, and share proactive strategies to identify and mitigate quality risks. Mr. Mehul Patel is a dedicated pharmaceutical professional with over 24 years of experience in quality control, quality assurance, and corporate quality across both APIs and formulations. He holds a postgraduate degree in science, along with a master's in labor welfare and a diploma in industrial relations. However, over the years, Mehul has held key roles in Ranbaxy, Alembic, Dr. Reddy's, and Zydus. Currently, as Vice President of Corporate Quality and Compliance at Mankind Pharma, he leads quality efforts across multiple sites. He has a knack of simplifying complex systems, boosting efficiency, and building a culture where continuous improvement is just how things are done. So, let's welcome Mehul to the session.
Hello.
Yes, Mehulji, how are you?
Good afternoon, Dheeraj. Good afternoon, everyone. Dheeraj, am I audible?
Yes, you're audible. We can hear you clearly.
So I'll just screen. So is the screen visible now?
Yes, it's visible. Over to you, sir.
Right. Dheeraj, just confirm me once again. The screen is visible and I'm audible.
Yes, the screen is visible and you're audible. You can, go ahead with the slide with the full screen.
Right. So, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Mehul Patel, as introduced by Dheeraj. I'm working with Mankind Pharma as Vice President Corporate Quality. Thank you, Eminence Business Media, for having me here on stage for sharing my thoughts on quality risk management.
Mehulji, one little challenge. I can say your presentation is running in a way where it is on an extended mode. Can you click on the display settings on the top?
Just a second.
Yeah,
Now?
perfect. Now it is proper. Yes. All right.
Okay.
So yes, please continue with the session.
So, right. Okay. So the topic that I will be discussing or sharing my thoughts is on quality risk management in GMP compliance. What happened? Lost the screen again?
You'll just have to do a alt tab and you should be able to view the PPT.
Now?
Yes.
Okay, fine. So, just a small disclaimer that the opinion that I'll be sharing in this is my opinion based on my experience in the industry so far. And this is not the exact system that we are following at Mankind. Also, the information that I've captured is from the public domain, available in public domain, right? So I'll be talking on history of risk management. Then what is risk? What is quality risk management? Why do we need to do the quality risk management or risk management? What are the applications of quality risk management where it can be used? So there were guidelines published by ICH in 2005, ICH Q9, which was revised in 2023. So I have captured in brief the changes made in this revised guideline in 2023. What are the principles? There are two principles of quality risk management, and there are key terms like subjectivity, formality, and risk-based decision. So I'll be talking a little bit about that. There is something new, and earlier it was part of the earlier guideline, but then there is an emphasis given on role of quality risk management in addressing product availability risk arising from quality or manufacturing issues. So I'll be talking on that as well. Then briefly on the process of quality risk management and the methodologies. So risk management is not a new concept; it's an old concept, and it is being used in many industries since 1950s and even before. There were some key incidents or disasters that have happened because of improper or inaccurate quality risk management. Chernobyl nuclear disaster was one of them, which was due to faulty reactor design, and there was some lapses in safety controls were removed and emergency system were shut down. Then we all know about Columbia disaster. Recently, Sunita Williams got stuck in space. She was fortunate enough to come back, but the crew of Columbia disaster or Columbia could not. They could not survive when they were returning. So in this incident also, there was a failure at the launch of spacecraft, but then the technical team ignored that failure And because of that, while they were returning, the spacecraft got burnt and damaged, and everyone lost. So what happened in that is the operational concern were ignored. Then they relied on extrapolated testing data rather than actual testing data. So they were not having actual testing data. What happened if this kind of incident happens? But then they relied on extrapolated data. Then they redefined their risk. So there were some kind of debris. So they said they redefined their definition of debris, process debris and foreign object debris. And thereby they have downplayed the risk associated with the process debris, because process debris also can result in similar harm, which could result in foreign debris. So these are the two examples that has happened out of pharma industry due to poor risk management. In pharma industry, everyone knows about thalidomide. Everyone who has worked in pharma industries is aware of thalidomide tragedy. So that product was released to the market without testing its teratogenic effect, resulting in birth of deformed babies. And in United States, it could be averted by efforts from Frances Kathleen, because she denied approval of the product because of lack of sufficient clinical trial data and lack of information about chirality, right? So the key point here is risk to human life is the highest risk. So whenever we are talking about risk management, we have to consider risk to human life. That is the highest risk. Identifying, analyzing, and mitigating risk is not an option. When there is no historic data, direct testing should be preferred rather than extrapolating the data. So what's risk? These two gentlemen are talking about risk assessment, and they are thinking that, okay, initially when they are holding the firecracker in their hand, initially nothing has happened. But then eventually, if this flame which is there on the firework, if it blasts, then what will be the risk? So these guys are doing the risk assessment. So risk is likelihood of occurrence of harm. What are the probabilities of harm? And the severity of harm. So what can be the severity? What can go wrong, and up to what extent? Like if this fireworks or firecracker burst, what will happen? It is small, so nothing will happen, or something will happen which can be cured. Something will happen which cannot be cured, or there will be fatality. So that is the severity of harm, and how likely it will blast. So how the harm happens? Because we have seen this is a risk, but then a risk is due to harm. So how the harm is happening is, it is because of hazard. What is the hazard in this picture is the firecracker. Firecracker is the hazard in this image. So what is the risk? Hazard which yield the harm becomes the risk. Therefore, it is essential to identify the hazard before risk assessment. So I've just taken a real life example of this is a boiler house. And if there boiler house is there which is operated automatically without human intervention, that hazard is there. But since human is not operating it, and it is being operated automatically from remote location, then there is it is not likely to harm the individual, and therefore it is not likely to have the risk. But if the human intervention is there, some kind of risk which needs to be evaluated and mitigated as per the company norms and the requirements. Similarly, in pharmaceutical industry, the contaminated syringes or injections can have the impact or harm on the safety of the patient, and therefore it may pose a risk to the patient safety. So what is quality risk management? Quality risk management, it is a systematic approach of identifying, assessing, mitigating, communicating, and reviewing the risk, which could affect quality of product and therefore affect the patient. So whenever we talk about quality risk management or risk management in pharmaceutical industry, our foremost aim is to ensure the patient safety. And as we said in the first slide, the harm to the human is the highest harm that should be considered when we do the risk assessment. So it is a documented and transparent, and reproducible method of assessing probability, severity, and sometimes detectability of the hazard and their associated risk based on current knowledge. So detectability, some of you or all of you might have used FMEA model and some kind of model for risk assessment. But not all model use detectability as part of risk assessment or risk management or risk evaluation. And therefore, the definition says sometimes detectability is used. It can be applied both proactively and retrospectively. Quality risk management help in minimizing the risk and enhance product quality, improving compliance, decision making based on science and practical approach. Why do we need risk management or risk assessment? So risk in in real life cannot be eliminated, but it can be reduced. Even walking on the road, just you can see the image. There's a banana peel, and if it is on the road, there is a risk of getting injured if you inadvertently step on it. So risk or hazard, there are hazards around us all the time. Some hazards are visible, some hazards are invisible. So we cannot eliminate the risk, but we can certainly reduce the risk with some kind of efforts or some kind of mitigation. In pharmaceutical industry, what we say is, this is a very famous quote: everyone deserves to have confidence in the next pill. And therefore quality risk management becomes very important in pharmaceutical industry. Manufacturing of pharmaceutical product and its consumption, including its excipient, involves some degree of risk because they are chemical at the end. They are not a natural product. Safety of patient is of prime importance. Risk can be in form of quality of medicine and or availability of medicine, because if medicine is not available, then also it is a risk to the patient safety and patient life. Availability risk may be from quality issues, manufacturing issues, or supply chain issues. We will be talking briefly about it in subsequent slides. Quality risk management help in managing quality and availability risk proactively. Applications. So quality risk management, we can apply practically everywhere in our operations. It can be applied in pharmaceutical industry as well as aviation, space research, insurance, finance, everywhere. As we said, discussed, it was being used in all other industries and later on adopted formally in pharmaceutical industry in 2005 with publication of ICH Q9. So it can be used in stability management, method validation, control of impurities, laboratory control, product development in ICH Q8 and Q11, pharmaceutical quality system or quality management system, regulatory processes, including defining risk-based inspection. What currently the regulators are doing is risk-based inspection based on the risk assessment. Material management and supply chain, packaging and labeling, production, designing of facility and facility equipment and utility. So you can proactively do the risk assessment before even designing the facility. What kind of flooring you should have, what kind of lighting you should have, what kind of HVAC system you should have, how much differential pressure you need to keep. So depending on the nature of operation, you can have proactive risk assessment and design the facility. Again, application quality management. In quality management system, it can be used for documentation, training, investigation, change management, improvement. Even for product development, as we discussed, it can be used in as a QBD concept in ICH Q8 for understanding of critical material attribute, critical process parameter, and critical quality attribute. Designing the strategy to mitigate or reduce the risk, like what currently nitrosamine risk assessment is very famous. So based on this concept of risk assessment can be applied for impurity controls or product development and design. Then designing, as we discussed, facility and equipment, facility design assessment, area classification, prevention of mix-up and contamination. For laboratory and stability studies, to investigate out of specification, extrapolation of retest period or shelf life of the product. For material management, selection of supplier, selection of starting material, storage, logistic and distribution. So selection of supplier is also a key thing, because one of the reason for drug availability is supplier ability to supply the material consistently. Then in production, we can use it for process validation, cleaning validation, production planning, in-process check and testing. For example, now we can use QBD concept, and then we can apply this QRM concept along with QBD, and then go for skip testing, reduce testing, or automated testing, or use or apply process analytical technologies. Then packaging and labeling. So design package, selection of container closure system, labeling control. Computer system validation is very famous. So for digitization and automation, we can use quality risk management in computer system validations. Continuous process manufacturing, inspection management, frequency and type of inspection. So regulators are frequently using this. So I've just compiled the guideline index here, just to give the brief idea of how the guideline has changed from 2005 to 2023. So what has been done is, earlier formality, risk-based decision making, managing and minimizing subjectivity, they were part of risk management methodology, but they were not given much clarity. So this revised guideline has given a lot of emphasis and given a lot of clarity on these three aspects of risk management and risk evaluation and assessment. Then a role of quality risk management in addressing product availability risk. It was part of the guideline earlier, but now it has been given with even more detailed with factors that may impact the quality risk, availability risk, sorry. So there are three factors that they have elaborated in this, which can result into availability risk. Then they have emphasized on quality risk management as part of supply chain in their applications. So principles, the evaluation of risk to quality should be based on scientific knowledge and ultimately linked to protection of patient. We have already discussed that patient should be at core when we do anything in pharmaceutical industry, and scientific knowledge is the essential thing. But when we do this, there are certain limitations. So limitation can be lack of scientific knowledge or data available. So that may result in inaccurate data, can result in underestimation of risk. There can be resource constraint, non-availability of competent personnel for carrying out risk, insufficient time, or non-availability of fund, because it requires a lot of time and resources for doing a thoughtful quality risk management. Subjectivity, different stakeholders may perceive risk differently due to the personal bias or due to lack of standardized methodology. So like I was just think about the image that I presented about the two gentlemen discussing quality risk management when with a firecracker in hand. I may presume severity as probably high severity, which may result in fatality. But someone may say that it is a small firework or small firecracker, which will have only little injury, which can be cured. Someone will say that it will be having injury which cannot be cured, but it will not be fatal. So there are different person will perceive the risk differently, and therefore it subjectivity is very it is very important to eliminate subjectivity when we do the quality risk management. So what are the probables? These are the limitations. So what are the solutions? One is knowledge. So as you can see from the graph, if your knowledge is increasing, the risk will decrease. So ICH Q10 provides a framework for improved knowledge management, that is acquiring, sharing, and utilizing the knowledge throughout product life cycle for decision making and continual improvement. In absence of knowledge and data, risks to be rated high considering the patient safety. Then you have to prioritize, because if we say that a resource constraint is there, then you need to prioritize the high risk item and allocate resources. Then low risk item can be taken care after high risk item is taken care. To eliminate subjectivity, you have to know, we can do some standardization, we can define some procedures. There can be cross-functional team who can be involved, so that everyone's view can be taken together, and then final decision can be made. Identify QRM facilitator. There can be some expert who is no SME or expert who is expert in quality risk management, having knowledge of that, having leadership skill, and who can avoid personal biases and take the collective decision, allow creative thinking, and lead to innovative solutions. We can use technology, leverage technology like software, digital modeling, robotics. Nowadays, AI is very famous for getting all the data and information. So we can use AI sensibly, because all the information thrown by AI may or may not be correct, but then we can still leverage AI to a great extent, and machine learning. So these are some of the ways that through which we can avoid subjectivity. The second principle is the level of effort that is put in for doing the quality risk management. How much effort do we need to put in quality risk management? That's and how much formality that we need to do, and the level of documentation that we need to do for the QRM should commensurate with the level of risk. So it's not like if you are doing a small change in the facility or process or specification or your SOP, you need to do full-fledged quality risk management. So you first need to identify the type of changes or kind of matter for which you are going to do the quality risk management. So the guideline elaborated, determine how to determine the level of formalities in QRM. That is given, a lot of clarity is given in that. We will discuss in a subsequent slide. Formality in quality risk management is not binary. It's not formal or informal. It's a continuum, like it's a spectrum. So it goes from low formality to high formality. So it's not just formal or informal. Varying degree of formality may be applied during quality risk management. And when we are making a risk-based decisions. Formality. So there are three factors which can help determine the level of formalities. One is uncertainty. So the higher the uncertainty, the higher level of formality is required in the quality risk management. So for uncertainty is lack of knowledge in pharmaceutical science about understanding hazard, harm, probability of detection of harm, and consequently their associated risk. Systematic approach for acquiring, analyzing, storing, and disseminating scientific information are essential for generating knowledge to avoid uncertainty. It can be reduced via effective knowledge management. Prioritize, so importance. The more important a risk-based decision may be in relation to product quality, the higher level of formality that should be applied, and the greater the need to reduce the level of uncertainty. So we need to decide the priority or importance of that item under assessment also. Complexity. The more complex a process or subject area is to a quality risk management activity, the higher level of formality that should be applied to assure the product quality. So the high level of uncertainty, importance, and complexity require higher level of formality during the quality risk management. Now, formality, what is formality in terms of what, right? So formality is in terms of process, QRM process. Formality is in terms of QRM tools. Formality in terms of need of facilitator. So do we need a separate facilitator who can act as a team leader for doing this quality risk management? Requirement of cross-functional team for doing this risk assessment. So that is decided based on these three factors. So the level of risk, as the level of risk increases, and the level of formality also increases. And as we discussed, as the principal said, formality and is continuum. It's not informal or formal or informal. So there is a low risk and there is a high risk formality, and all things fall between this spectrum. So high formality required all part of QRM to be performed explicitly and documented. Standalone QRM document is required. QRM tools are required to be used. It is required to have cross-functional team, and it also requires facilitator having experience of quality risk management process. At the same time, low formality, one or all part of QRM are not explicitly performed as standalone activity. It is not essential to perform. It is a standalone activity. It is not also necessary to generate a specific document for quality risk management. It can be embedded within your quality management system. Like if you are raising a change control, you can write quality risk management. If there is a minor change, which, for example, you are making some editorial changes or some changes which is not having impact on either patient safety or your previous documentation or your quality of the product, then you can straight away put that kind of risk assessment within your change control rather than creating a separate quality risk management in FMEA tool or any tool that you might like to use. So that may not be necessary in low formality risk assessment. QRM tool might not be used in some or all parts. Cross-functional team might not be necessary. Facilitator might not be appointed. Risk-based decision making. Risk-based decision making is an inherent in all quality risk management activities. We do risk-based decision making day in, day out. Every alternate hour or every day we make some or the other decision. We make those decisions based on risk, but we make those inadvertently. We even don't realize that we are taking that decision based on a risk assessment. So effective risk-based decision making begins with determining the level of effort. So first of all, we need to decide the level of effort that we have to put in for the risk management, and then based on that we can decide the what kind of risk-based decision making to be taken. Risk-based decisions are based on and in relation to what kind of hazards are existing, what are the risks associated with those hazards, what are the controls required to reduce those hazards, what will be the residual risk, communicate and review the quality risk management activities and output. Risk-based decision making relies on knowledge management. Again, this ICHQ 9, 10, 8, and 11. These are in so much interconnected with each other. So knowledge management, again, once again, so it should be risk-based decision making should be based on knowledge management. Integrity of data used during decision making is very important. So if your data are not having no integrity, if you have been presented with a wrong information, although you may be saying that you are taking a decision based on risk, your decisions will be wrong because your data were inaccurate. So integrity of data is very important when we are taking any risk-based decision. Process used for risk-based decision making is directly related to formality. Higher level of formality require high level of structure in relation to risk-based decision making. This risk-based decision making is also like we discussed, it's a spectrum. It's not formal, informal, or standardized decision. It's a spectrum. So risk-based decision, highly structured decision making. It is used when there is a high importance of the activity or risk being assessed, and there is high level of uncertainty and complexity involved in that risk assessment. Formal analysis of available option before making a decision is required. Involve an in-depth consideration of relevant factor associated with the available options. So we have to consider all the options while in this kind of decision making. There are some of the tools like cost benefit analysis, SWOT analysis, multi-criteria decision making, and Pareto analysis, which are type of highly structured decision making. Less structured decision making is like it is a simpler approach used to arrive at a decision. Use existing knowledge to support an assessment of hazard, risk, and any required risk control. Might be used when there is high degree of importance, but uncertainty or complexity is lower. So when there is uncertainty and complexity is high, it requires highest formality and highest structural decisions. Rule-based decision making, that is standard like SOPs. There is nothing much required to be done. It is based on SOP. Frame based on previously obtained understanding of risk. Lead to predetermined action. For example, your batch release checklist or any SOPs that you are following in the plants. Just leaving you with the thought, because of paucity of time, we have just 30 minutes. So I've just kept this 4 kind of case studies which you can think through whenever time permits. So like think of the scenario that there is a change in the batch size or process of tablet manufacturing.
So, Mehulji, we do have a little time for the Q&A. So what you can do is you can continue for maybe 5 minutes, and then maybe we can go to the Q&A and we can
No
cover that.
issues, Dheeraj, right? Okay. So change in the batch size or process of tablet manufacturing, change in the equipment of tablet manufacturing. Now I've said use trickily use word change in the equipment of tablet manufacturing, and the subsequent case is change in equipment part with like to like part. So these are two different cases, right? So people in the plant, they must be aware of this. Then change in the specification of tablet, tightening of impurities. Now in these all 4 scenarios, we can think of, or we can first of all define the level of uncertainty, importance and complexity, and based on that what we will get is the nature or the level of formality that we will be needing for doing risk assessment in all these 4 cases, right? So in all these 4 cases we will be getting these 3 first of all. So based on this, identifying this, if it is falling under high formality area, then based on that you have to define the level of what kind of tools you will use, what kind of process you will use, what kind of cross-functional team you need, and do you need a facilitator or not. So for example, some kind of risk assessment, for example, change in the specification of tablet, tightening of impurities. This may be a very simple change. It may or may not require, because it may not be a very no complex, or it may not be uncertain. We may have the trend data available in this. We may have the development data available. We may have the trend data available from the validation batches, exhibit batches, and the commercial batches. And based on that, we can tighten the specification straight away. We may have the stability data in which we might get to know that this impurity is not a degradation impurity, and it is stable up to the assigned shelf lives. So in that case, the level of uncertainty is going very down. Complexity is also very low. Although importance may be high, because there may be due to regulatory deficiencies or and then we need to respond to deficiency. So importance may be high, but uncertainty and complexity is low, and therefore the level of this formality required in QRM may be less, and therefore we can probably in this case number 4, we can probably have this QRM embedded in quality management system, that is change control. We can straight away write in the change control that trend data is supporting, stability data is supporting, my development data is supporting, and there is no impact to the patient because we are tightening the impurity limits, and therefore there is no separate QRM required, right? So risk to quality include risk of product availability. We discussed this. Level of formality should be decided based on level of risk. Formality and risk-based decision making in QRM are continuum spectrum. So it is not like here or here. It goes from low risk or low formality to high risk or high formality. Resource constraint cannot be excused to use lower level of formality. This is very important, because earlier we discussed about the limitations in quality risk management, where one of the constraint was resource constraint, but that cannot be used as an excuse. Risk rating should be based on scientific evidence and knowledge. Knowledge management and integrity of data is essential while doing a risk-based decision making. Goal is to have robust management of risk irrespective of level of formality applied in QRM. So even if you are applying lowest formality, you should be scientifically taking a sound decision that this level of risk assessment that I'm deciding is appropriate for this kind of change or this kind of risk management or risk assessment. This is something newly introduced in this revised guideline, a role of quality risk management in addressing product availability. the genesis. So this I've taken from one of the drug shortage report of United States of America, where they have identified that 62% of drug shortages due to quality issues. So that was one of the reason. Then the supply chain is very complex nowadays, and it complexity in supply chain is increasing day by day. So that is also another reason. So these are two reasons that it is impacting the availability of drugs to the patient in need. So QRM can help proactively manage supply chain complexity and ensure availability of needed drugs. An effective pharmaceutical quality system drive both supply chain robustness and sustainable GMP compliance. Pharmaceutical quality system and management uses QRM and knowledge management proactively to detect quality manufacturing risk.
Just to cut you off, Mehulji, we are actually out of time now, unfortunately. But then, if you would like to conclude this in a minute, you can let me know.
Okay. So these are the three factors that they have given, that is process variability and state of control. Three reasons for drug shortage. One is process variability and state of control. So there are failures happening in the plant. Then facility and equipment. Aging facility may result in batch failure and can affect supply chain. Then our vendors or suppliers, because if they are unable to supply the material on time, that may also cause risk to the no availability of the drug. So oversight on outsource activity and supplier was included as a risk for drug availability. So the process. So these are the. Yeah,
I'm sorry,
Dheeraj, you
go
are
ahead.
saying something.
Last. Yeah, I was like, all right, we have like come to the session end, and then you started to say, I'm sorry, you can continue by concluding what you wanted to say, and then I'll continue.
So I think then Dheeraj, do I need to stop it here now, Dheeraj?
Just last words, like what do you want? How do you want to conclude this? That's it.
Okay. How do I want? So I think there are some more slides, but then what I would say is this revised guideline is talking more of, they are just trying to say that you have to do the risk assessment. While doing the risk assessment, just think of the level of formality. While considering formality, you have to consider uncertainty, complexity, and priority. And based on that, you can decide the tool that you need to apply for quality risk management.
Perfect. Thank you so much for that detailed session about QRM and GMP compliance. And unfortunately, we are out of time now. That's why we will now end this session on the QRM. And it was really insightful. And I'm sure once we share the slides later with the delegates, they will be able to, come up with certain more questionnaires on the on-site event as well. So, once again, thanks a lot, Mehulji.
Okay. Okay, Dheeraj. Thank you. Do we have a
Okay,
Q&A?
and we actually don't have a Q&A now. We are ending this session. Thanks a lot once again. And now we will move on to the next session that touches every department, crafting effective standard operating procedures, best practices for compliance and quality, to be conducted by Mr. Sanjay Nadarajah, co-founder and global quality advisor at Ings- Inglasia. I'm sorry if I'm pronouncing it wrong. Inglasia Pharma Solutions. He will focus on how to write clear, effective SOPs that ensure both compliance and quality. Sanjay brings global experience and practical knowledge that will improve technical writing and SOP interpretation. Mr. Sanjay is a dedicated quality professional with over 25 years of hands on experience in the pharmaceutical and biotech space. Known for his practical approach and deep understanding of global regulations, he has helped build and improve quality systems for startups, mid sized companies, and investor led ventures. One of his proudest achievements was setting up the entire PQS for a new pharma company in London, managing a complex supply chain across 40 markets and 18 CMOs. Sanjay is also a trusted auditor and advisor. Beyond work, he's passionate about building community. He leads the largest LinkedIn group for quality professionals, connecting and learning over 1 lakh members. Now, let's welcome Sanjay on the stage.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. I hope you can hear me clearly on the line. I'm just going to bring up my presentation.
Absolutely, Sanjay, we can hear you. Hope we can see you also.
Okay, so you can see me now.
Yes, we can see you now.
Perfect. Let me just bring the presentation up. 1 minute.
Wonderful.
Okay, can we all see my presentation?
As of now, okay, yes, we can see. You can make it full screen and then
Excellent.
go to you.
Okay, well, thank you very much for EBM for inviting me to talk at this wonderful event. And it gives me great pleasure to talk about a subject that I'm quite passionate about. I've been in quality now in the pharmaceutical industry since 1998. So I don't want to say how many years in total, but as you can guess from the years, some of you might not have even been born at that time. So since then, I've been actually writing a lot of procedures since starting in the industry till today. I've been writing procedures on all various processes within pharmaceutical manufacturing, and it's been a journey, and it's something where I've learned over the years on how to perfect my writing skills on procedures. Even today, I wouldn't say I am perfect, but I'm on that learning journey, and I've learned some insights which I would like to really share with you on this 30-minute call about how do we best write a procedure that is understood not just by ourselves, but by everyone else as well. And the reason for this, and I'll conclude it at the end of the training, is that the quality of what we produce comes from the quality of what we've written in the procedures. Okay, so just to say that again, the quality we put into our procedures, whether that be SOPs or working instructions, is what we will see in the end product. So it's vital that we write our procedures clearly and concisely. So this talk is going to be about this topic of how do we achieve that. Now, why must we follow procedures? Okay, because there are some sectors that are out there that don't really have procedures to follow. They don't have an SOP to have to look at on a daily basis. So why do we have that in the pharmaceutical industry? Well, the pharmaceutical
Yeah, hi
industry is one
Sanjay.
of the most. Yes, hello.
Before you continue with the session, can you just put your screen on the slideshow mode so that people can see the presentation properly?
Okay, sorry, I'm not very good at
And just put
technical
it on the presentation
aspects
mode.
of things. Presentation mode. Okay.
Can
How is
you
that? Is that any better?
no, can you just look at the near the option where you can zoom in and zoom out? We have the option of put the presentation mode, the slideshow mode. Oh, I think you have
Okay,
stopped
one
sharing your
second.
screen.
Oh, here we go. Okay. How is that?
Right next to the zoom in, zoom out option, you can see a computer icon, right? At the bottom corner.
Sorry.
Just click on that, or you can even press F5 to put it on the presentation mode.
Okay.
Or you can just
It's showing that I'm sharing, but it's not allowing. Oh, let's see. How's this? Does this help at all?
Or else in the view option, you can just click on the view. Oh, it's stopped again. Do we have the slide? I'll ask Dheeraj to present it. Dheeraj, if you have the slide. Okay, yeah, that's.
Yes, okay.
That's the icon.
Does this help? Is that better?
Yes, you can put the icon next to the zoom out option. You can click on that. I think it's already in the slideshow mode. We cannot see that. It has to go full screen.
Okay. Quite sure why it's not.
You can click on the view option on the top, right next to the review.
The view.
Yeah.
View, yes.
Yes, you can put
And
on slideshow.
Zoom, is it? Do I put on Zoom?
No. You can just press F5. It will go on the presentation mode.
F5 on your keyboard.
Okay. Cancel. F5. No, it's not letting me. So let me do
Can you
that
see
for
the
some reason.
slideshow icon next to the animation? Dheeraj, can you do the can you present the PPT from your end? Let Sanjay take the presentation.
Yeah, probably better if you could do that, please. Perfect. Thank you very much. That's perfect. Thank you, Josh. Can we go to the next slide? Yes, that's brilliant. Okay, so what we're trying to say here is if you look at the image on your right, we have a regulated framework that we need to work to in the pharmaceutical industry, and the regulated framework is there to ensure that we comply with the right standards of quality, safety, and efficacy in how we produce medicinal products. So if you look at this visual image that I've got here, if the regulations are not well understood, if they're not presented in the right way, we can get confused by what we need to be doing. And the perfect example here is showing that the regulated framework, if it was the chair, if we've not explained it correctly in the procedures, we're not going to know how to follow it. And this is exactly what we face as a challenge in procedures, is that if the process is not clearly defined in the procedure, we're going to find it very uncomfortable. We're going to find where we're going to be making mistakes. We're going to be making errors in what we do as a result of not having understood the regulatory framework correctly. So it's so important that we explain ourselves very clearly around the regulations, so that not only you as an individual know how to follow the procedure, also anyone else that needs to follow it can also follow it in the same way as you would do it, exactly the same way. There shouldn't be any difference in how we follow the defined process. And then on top of that, the outcome is the quality that we receive of each process that we have to follow, and that quality of the outcome needs to be consistent. So whether I follow the process or whether someone else in the organization follows it, the output needs to be exactly the same. Quality is about consistency, and procedures are what build that consistency into what we do. So we can all write procedures, but do we know the technicalities of what needs to go in there? What's the regulatory framework in which we need to work? So what I'm trying to show you here is the reasons why we must follow procedures, because there's a regulatory framework there that we need to adhere to, and we need to ensure that we describe that within our procedures for what we're doing at our facility. So if we don't explain ourselves clearly, we end up in a situation like in this diagram. So hopefully this message, visual message, gets that across to you about why it's so important that we need to understand the technicalities and need to be able to explain that, interpret that well in the procedures that we write for what we're doing within our uh, facility. Go to the next slide, please, Diraj. So where have the procedures gone terribly wrong? Now, I have seen in many companies that I've supported in India, and even through looking at the information shared publicly by the FDA in the US and regulatory authorities in Europe, is that our procedures are failing us. The way that we've written procedures are actually making us miss certain critical steps in processes that we end up finding has caused an adverse effect on the end product. And situations where even before that happens, regulatory inspections have occurred where they found that those practices that we've been following have actually made us non-compliant or not document things in the way that we should. So these are the failures that have happened as a result of not writing procedures in the right way, or not having the right people to write the procedures. And as a result of these we find that people are actually not able to get the right output of the quality of the product because of these issues of not having, one, the technical knowledge, two, the ability to communicate that within a procedure in the most effective way, and also not involving the right people when writing the procedures. And this is where these examples that I've listed out here show that as a result of that, we found that our procedures have not been having the right information that's needed to be able to ensure that we are producing the right output that we need to be having. Next slide, please. And as you can probably see from my image again on the right, which I share in the public domain, public domain on LinkedIn primarily, is that practice and knowledge is so important to have that right balance. You need both, right? You cannot get someone into the company in day one into your specific business and how you operate and expect them to write an SOP on their own. And you can't expect them to have all the answers to go into that procedure. So we could have someone that is, highly skilled at the technicalities, coming in from, say, a large pharmaceutical company into a business that's not so global, and they could write you an SOP that's got everything in there that ticks all the regulatory requirements, but that procedure could be quite extensive and not really make sense to anyone in terms of how you do it within your business, right? So it could be a very large document, but adds no value to the individuals that need to follow every day. Okay. And then on the other side, you could have someone that really knows your business very well, really understands what you do and why you're doing certain things. And they could write you an SOP, right? That's well written, but then it's got no substance. It's got no regulatory framework within which we need to be we need to be working. And that's where we could also end up slipping up, where we have missed out certain critical steps, certain critical parameters, certain bits of information that we need to fill in that we don't because the procedure hasn't covered those regulatory expectations within it. So you can see here that we could have someone that's got a lot of knowledge in the technical side of things coming into your business, into your facility, that could write your night's SOP, but then they don't really understand how your business works, how it operates, and how the different departments communicate with each other. So they will write an SOP that puts all their knowledge into it, but really no one understands it within the business, and then no one really follows it. Okay. And then on this other side, you can have someone that really knows your processes really well, really understands how you work, but they don't have the technical know-how. So what I'm trying to say here is you need a balance. You need to bring both into the mix. You need to bring people in your organization that really understand your business, really understand what goes on the day-to-day activities on the shop floor in production. But they might not know how to write an SOP. They might not know the technicalities, the regulatory expectations of what they're doing, right? And then you need to then bring those people that do have that knowledge in with them together to work together to write the procedure that's the most optimal for what's needed for that particular area. And when you do that and when you work together, that's when you start to understand what should go into the procedure. So it's so important that we do this in this way, because if we have procedures there within the business that no one really looks at on a day-to-day basis, because that's what we should be doing. If we're following a certain process every day, we need to have that procedure there with us, and that is the best practice. Now, when you have an inspection by a regulatory authority, or a client is coming to audit your facility because you're a CMO, when they sit there with you and your procedure, and they try and go through the procedure with you, if they are confused by it, then surely you must be confused by it. And this is where I've seen in a lot of situations where regulatory authorities have not understood the procedures, because one, it's not because we've got information that's missing in there. It's also because the information is not presented clearly in the document. It's not been presented in a way where anyone outside could easily understand it. And the reason for this, and I've seen in a lot of cases, is because procedures are not written by a multidisciplinary team, or a team that understands the technicalities, the day-to-day activities or the processes to be followed, and also the impact it can have on other areas in terms of that particular process, where you need to involve that wider team to write that process. And this is what I always try and advocate in my training, is that there must be an involvement of a number of people in writing the procedures wherever possible. Can we go to the next slide, please? So to crafting the perfect procedure, again, I like my visuals and I like to explain our approach with my visual images. So as you can see on the right there, we got a sharp pencil and a blunt pencil. Okay. Now the use of the right words, okay, the exact words is the difference between a pencil that is sharp and a pencil that is blunt. Okay. So being very precise, as you can see, even with the benefits of having a sharp pencil, right? And I've seen this whenever I've sharpened a pencil and I write, what I write down is a lot clearer to follow than having written it with a blunt pencil. And that is just the example of even when we write SOPs, we must be very sharp in how we present our information in that procedure. And the way we do this, and this is what I do when I'm getting people together to write a procedure. So I've uh, written many procedures within the quality management system, and giving an example of, say, writing a SOP on change management, okay, change control. And this is something that goes across departments. It's not a process that just sits within one department, right? So I would advise that you involve the heads of the departments or the immediate reports in writing that procedure as an example, right? So involve the subject matter experts. So every department will have an involvement in a change control process within a pharmaceutical manufacturing facility. So get them together, bring them together in a room. Now, have on the wall lots of paper, lots of large paper on one side, and all across one wall. Now, sit together and start to think about what do we need to put into the change control process. Have the people that know that the regulatory requirements of what a change control process should look like. Now, what areas would it impact? What are the impact areas in terms of GMP that would apply to in all the different departments? That's why you have the different departments there, and start to create a process flow with those departments of where those touch points will be, where those GMP touch points will be in those departments, and start to map out that process with those people, and also look at how can we get the information from the different departments. When is the best time to do that? Do we get people together? Do we have them to come together in a regular meetings where we look at the risk assessments that we do around the change, the decision on which are the actions to select. So these are all kind of decided through that process mapping where we're working together with them to, one, understand what their involvements will be, and why we need to do certain things in terms of the regulatory requirements, and also what information they can provide as part of the change, right? So if you're going to make a change that impacts on a particular department, they can go through some scenarios, and we can work through that procedure. And also having photos or annotations, really recommend that. So for example, if you're looking at a GMP manufacturing facility, going into a manufacturing room, right, where you're having to gown up, you have to change into the appropriate gowning for that particular room, and you would have seen, and I'm sure nowadays we have many procedures for the gowning practices where it shows visually how you need to gown, right? What goes on first, what goes on second, and so on, and how do we get ready before we go into the room. So that's great. I've seen that in a lot of places, but then we need to be practicing that more. There can be some critical steps, right, within aseptic manufacturing, right, where we're doing some manipulation within an isolator. What are those risk points? What are those activities where we could introduce a risk of contamination? Why don't we take photos of that to show, for example, like if you're using gloves within an isolator and you're using a spatula or something that you're trying to open something, you could cut your glove, and that could compromise the integrity, and introduce contamination. So there are certain steps that are seen to be high risk. Let's have photos within that to show what those could be, so that people know how to avoid those situations, be extra cautious. It teaches people a way of practicing where we can avoid those risks being introduced. Elaborate on each of the steps. So we can have images that paint 1,000 words, but let's add some more words in to say, be careful at this point. This is where things could go wrong. So these are the things that will highlight to people straight away, where issues can arise, and how can we work around them, and be very precise. So don't use too many words, right? I've seen many procedures where people are using repetition. I've just gone over that same word again and again and again. It's fine to do that, but only do that when you might want to emphasize on a point where we could get something wrong. We've done this before. We found that something's gone wrong. We've now tried to emphasize it more clearly in the procedure. So in those cases, it's fine. But then we don't want to have repetition, because too many pages is unnecessary. If we can reduce it, let's work towards achieving that, because that then makes people want to look at the procedure and want to go through it. Also, only use words that add value to the actual process. So don't put words in there that just have no meaning at all, that don't really tell you what to do. For example, like, you might want to elaborate on the regulations within the procedure. We don't have to do that. We can always reference it. For further reading, refer to um, quality risk management Q9 of ICH or something. But we don't need to kind of add in those extra words from that, put in the visual of the risk management tool that's in ICH Q9, because really we've seen that everywhere. Does that really mean anything to us in what we're going to be doing in doing a risk assessment in the issue we're facing right now in front of us? Does that really add value, right? So that's what I'm saying is that look at some of these visuals, some of these words that we put into our procedures. Do they really help me with what I'm having to deal with right now? If it's too much, if it's not necessary, leave it out. So hopefully that's given you a quick overview of how that we should be writing procedures, who we should be involving in writing our procedures. It's so important that we have other people right at the beginning in writing our procedures, the right people, the people that have the technical knowledge and the people that have that knowledge of the day-to-day workings of that process, all together working to write that procedure. And always, we are always challenging ourselves, always asking ourselves, am I writing too much? Not have I written enough? Am I writing too much? Right? If you have the technical knowledge, then we will make sure that we put those in there, but then at the same time asking, are we writing too much than we need for what we're doing here? And procedures, remember that the reason why we have version control and procedures is because it's an evolving document. It's not a document we write once and it's going to be like that forever. It's always going to be changing, and we change it because we're always trying to optimize the process. So we must be open to thinking of it that way. So we don't need to start off with a document that's excessive in pages or too many words. We start off at the leanest possible step of how we've written it, and we just add to it as we go along to make it more and more precise and more well controlled, that we take out any potential opportunities for failure within that process. Okay, so just going to the final slide. So as I mentioned right at the beginning of this presentation, is that the quality within the organization is only as good as the SOPs they are written into. So our SOPs have to be quality. Every SOP has to be written to the highest possible standard. Only when we do that, that we find that the output in everything that we do within the organization, or even what we produce in terms of the medicines, will be of the right quality. And this is where I've seen regulatory authorities state that a lot of the deficiencies they find are because of inadequate procedures not well written, and they're making us fail in our processes, and also making us fail in producing the right quality medicines. Thank you for listening. Sorry, I've gone slightly over due to my technical issues that I had with my presentation, but hopefully that's given you some insights that would give you something to go away and work with. Any questions at this point?
All right, Sanjay, that was absolutely amazing how you gave real life examples for making us understand the complexities of SOPs, because SOPs are complex subject, but then you gave us examples which are real life examples, and that's way too simple for anyone to understand. So if we have any questions, we'll just have a look at it. No, we don't as of now. So yeah, so I believe we have concluded that really well. And thank you once again for taking this absolutely amazing session. And this concluded the day really well. So,
Thank you, Niraj.
in case you would like to have like a last couple of words, or you want to say anything before I go ahead with my concluding speech.
Raj, I think the most important thing is that we all have to work cross-functionally. We really have to kind of get other people involved in writing procedures. I think what I've seen in India and some of the facilities I've supported is that we really try and do a lot of things ourselves. We have to be more open to work with other departments, other people, and be open and willing to listen and take on board their feedback, their input when we write our procedures, because that makes all the difference. It really does.
Perfect. All right. Thanks a lot, Sanjay ji, on that note. Yes, we have Guneet again back on the stage. Can't hear you, Guneet.
Thank you very much, Abhay. All right, can you hear us now?
Yes.
I'm from Abhay's laptop right now. Can you hear?
Oh, yes, we can hear you.
Oh, can you both hear me? You can? Okay. Thank you very much, Sanjay, for a very insightful session. Thank you very much. And as I told you that we are always on time, and you also made sure that you are logged in on time. So good morning for you. It's almost afternoon for us. Everyone is going to break for lunch. Thank you very much. And we hope to host you in person next time. Thank you, Sanjay. Okay, so yes, for everybody else, we have certain discussions around quality risk management as well as around CAPA and deviations today. And we are going to make 4 groups. So that's a very important part of information. Today, all the attendees, we will bifurcate them in 4 WhatsApp groups. Can I have a thumbs up if I have everyone in agreement for a WhatsApp group? Can we create a WhatsApp group for you all? Yes? Okay, great. So we will create a WhatsApp group, and in the WhatsApp group, we will be sharing the case studies with you. This is very important that one of you volunteers to be the group leader. If nobody volunteers, then we will have to choose ourselves, one of you to be the team leader. So the idea is on the day 1 of the conference, when you will be given the case study, you will already have a pre-analysis on the case study before you actually start working on it on the day of the conference itself. One for QRM and one for deviations. Okay. And apart from that, we have certain other activities as well that we have lined up for you, because we are trying to make the session on 24th and 25th very, very practical. And we have several Q&A rounds also lined up for you. All right. And as always, we run certain campaigns as well. And this time's campaign is that the campaign winner takes home an Apple iPad. So all the best for the upcoming session, and all the very best for solving the case studies as well. The groups will be created today itself, and I will see you on Thursday. And all of you who are attending the award ceremony as well on 25th evening, just to remind you, the theme of the event is Under the Stars. Now, Under the Stars is nothing but more to do with the glamorous look. You can wear a tuxedo, you can wear proper business suit with a bow tie and pants. And for all the female, all the women, you can wear dark color saris or gowns or long pencil fit dresses as well. So let's make sure that when we go on the national TV on CNBC for Pharma Award ceremony, we are all looking at our best. All the very best. See you on Thursday. Thank you very much.